And here it is, ding dong. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen, women, when to know. Here it is, ding dong. Here I am. Hope you're there. Session start your company required. That thing that happens twice a day. Second installment of the day. If you are available, avail yourself of what is going on here. This is something that happens pretty much every single day. So avail yourself of what is going on here. One man went to know the eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 Anamede is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Never freedom is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there, the holy, holy song from the eastern part of the country. So the Holy song, pardon me, from the eastern part of the country. So let me see, am I on screen? Yeah. So that's the Holy song from the eastern part, as I said, 3 times now. I don't have a mental tick. So Holy, as guys, I bring you this. Obi ordered DSS to detain me for 48 hours in Anambra. So it is a throwback in time. Nasir El Rufai making the news here. So this is now the abuse of power. So that golden garb that they've wrapped around Peter Obi is somewhat being unpeeled slowly by the political space to unveil, of course, the lumbering element that we always knew was there, which was, of course, the former Anambra State governor. So not quite as he would appear. That is what El Rufai is inviting you to see. Obi ordered DSS to detain me for 48 hours in Anambra. So El Rufai making the headlines about why was he detained is the question. Why was he detained is the question. 2023, Tinubu reveals crucial reason why Atiku should step down and endorse him. So there's wishful thinking and there's daydream believing and all of that enraptured in that headline about why would he make so bold to make such a statement. So that is what we'll find out shortly. Tinubu reveals crucial reason. Let me pronounce it in the way that the audience should understand. 2023 presidency, Tinubu reveals crucial reason why Atiku should step down and endorse him. So quite what reason for somebody to give us his own ambition for you? We'll find out shortly. I have been want to stay on script, says Bola Tinubu. So he has been want to stay on script because, of course, every time he goes off script to be a bit free flowing, it's gaff after faux pas, and that, of course, is meat and drink to the obedience and the Ipobians. So stay on message, essentially what his handlers are telling him. I have been want to stay on script, says Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Obi in Kaduna years after arresting me, El Rufai. So same story. So we have to abandon one of those and go with the other. Amidst verbal missiles, Tinubu and Atiku meet. So quite what the meeting is and what inspired it and where it took place. All of that we'll find out just in the course of hopefully we're able to and there's a video clip of it, I should say, which we are hopeful that we'll be able to purloin. Let's see, are we able to bear with me? I'm just seeing if I can grab it as we speak. If I'm able to grab that video clip, it's always good to add that to the narrative. Let's see. Just bear with me 1 second. Hold on. Just give me one micro. Yes, I have it here. But am I able to grab it is the question. Let's see if we're able to grab it, and then we'll play it for the audience. So let's see if it's grabbable. So I'm in the process of doing that. So I don't want to leave a vacuum in the space. So that's why I'm keeping on talking. So let's just see what this gives me. Does it let me grab it? Fingers crossed. Yes, it does. So there it is. So we see a clip of that just shortly. But the headline again, amidst verbal missiles, Tinubu and Atiku meet. So what's transpired in that meeting, I'm sure, keen interest. Keen interest, group demands immediate release of Nnamdi Kanu. So, of course, the expectation, of course, so the battle never stops in the Southeast, of course. They fight tooth and nail for everything. Even when the law favors them, the Nigerian state still makes them jump through hoops. Groups demand immediate release of Nnamdi Kanu. So Nnamdi Kanu, let's see. All right, this tails off into what we covered in the earlier session. But let me bring you this. Suspected APC thugs invade Atiku's campaign rally in Kaduna State with machetes. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. So as ever, a rich and diverse menu, a little bit of something for everyone. So there it is. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Surrender to yourself, to the space. Surrender. Surrender yourself to the space for however long the session lasts. Just yield to it and surrender to it. So yield to it and surrender to it. I want us to come in via a different music this time around. But before we go to that music, we've been promoting this particular thing for the last few sessions. It's only really because the super chat function of the platform is temporarily unavailable, and we're using this buy a coffee function that is showing on your screen, and it's the first comment in the comment section, as a substitute for that. A lot of people have been generously taking that up. So if you feel inclined, just click on that. It's just a 3 short step process. It's not anything long and involved. So do that. But if you're not inclined, still stay with the session anyway. If you want to join us on the screen, scroll up and click on the super chat that says StreamYard. That brings you into the studio space. But what you must do, of course, is to click on the like button and share the streaming and subscribe to the platform. So you have no choice on that. Everything else you have a choice on, but to click on like, share, and subscribe, that is mandatory, and you must do that. And as you set about that, let me provide you with a little bit of elegant high life music from the southeastern part of Nigeria. Osundi Owendi.
Osundi Owendi. Osundi Owendi. Ife samu samu. Osundi Owendi. Eke salila samu. Osundi Owendi. Ebe mi bana konyo samu. Osundi Owendi. Eti gani. Osundi Owendi. Eti kanyo samu samu. Osundi Owendi. Ebe sanya kana safana samu. Osundi Owendi. Osundi Owendi. Osundi Owendi. Osundi.
So there it is right there, Osundi Owendi. I think that translates into what will be, but I'm sure our diverse Igbo audience will correct me on that if I misspoke. So there's a video clip attached to this first story that I'm about to read you as well. So I'll read you the story, and then once we've finished all the readouts, then I'll play you all the videos pertinent to the videos. So let me just make sure this one is in situation as well. So here it is, and here we go. Also on the windy, as guys, I bring you this. Obi ordered DSS to detain me for 48 hours in Anambra. The diminutive little man from Kaduna, El Rufai. The Kaduna State Governor, Nasir El Rufai, on Monday claimed that the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi ordered security agents to detain him in Anambra State in 2013. Obi ruled Anambra State from July 2007 to March 14 when he handed over to Willie Obiano. El Rufai, who stated this in an interactive session for presidential candidates put together by the Arewa Joint Committee in Kaduna, said he was in Anambra to monitor the state's governorship election when the former governor asked the Department of State Services DSS operatives to detain him at a hotel he lodged in Accra, the state capital. He said, your next guest, Peter Obi, was governor. He got me arrested and detained for 48 hours in my hotel room. Now I am the governor of Kaduna State, and he is coming to Kaduna. In addition to the police and SS, I have the 1st Mechanized Division of the Nigerian Army here. If I need to arrest and detain anyone, but we are northerners, we are civilized, we don't do things like that. So there it is right there. They are northerners, they are civilized. You hear the term oxymoron, words that should not really occur in the same sentences. Northerner, civilized. So there it is. So there it is right there. Northerner, civilized. So a civilized northerner, for reasons that is not illegally locking up the miscreant from the southeast. So from that to this, Tinubu reveals crucial reason why Atiku should step down and endorse him. So a weighty comment, but it's backed up with substance. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, has asked his People's Democratic Party PDP counterpart Atiku Abubakar to step down and endorse him, Tinubu, ahead of the 2023 general elections. Tinubu stated this on Monday, October the 17th, during an interactive session with northern leaders under the umbrella of Arewa Joint Committee in Kaduna. Explaining the reason behind this statement, Tinubu asked Atiku to reciprocate the gesture he gave him when he contested for the presidency in 2007 under the defunct Action Congress of Nigeria ACN by dropping his ambition and endorsing him. The meeting with the northern leaders was part of a wider interaction with selected presidential candidates to discuss their plans for the region ahead of the 2023 general elections. So let's see if there's any more to that, and then hold on. All right. Atiku versus Tinubu, Nigerians react. I'm not quite sure. This seems to tail into something completely different. So I was hopeful that there was much more substance to that. I was hopeful that there was much more substance to that. But is that substantive enough? Even is the question. That really Tinubu yielded space to Atiku in 2007. But Atiku could not quite get over the finishing line. In fact, he did not even come anywhere close to the finishing line. So Tinubu now asking him to reciprocate. But then, of course, what is he asking him to reciprocate? Because Tinubu has a ticket and Atiku has a ticket too. But what Tinubu gave up in 2007 was a ticket to Atiku. But they are both in contention now, and the electorate gets to make the decision. So whoever they prefer, of course, becomes the president. So play it all out. But where the meeting took place is even something that is more germane to what Tinubu said. It's something more interesting. Let me put it that way. The meeting with the northern elders was part of a wider interaction with selected presidential candidates to discuss their plans for the region ahead of the 2023 general elections. So they are going to the north to discuss their plans, not for Nigeria, but for the north. So what does that mean exactly? They are going to the north to discuss their plans, not for the Nigerian state, but for the north. So is the north a separate entity from Nigeria? Is the northern interest pecuniary outside and maybe even above the Nigerian interest? And why are leading presidential candidates going to the north to kowtow to the Malams? So that all wrapped in there. I have been warned to stay on script, Bola Tinubu. So let's find out what's in play here. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate, says he has been told by his media handlers to always read his prepared speech and not it's the way it's been written, because it contradicts itself somewhat. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate, says he has been told by his media handlers to read his prepared speech off the cuff. So that should be, he should read his prepared speech and not speak off the cuff. So that, I think that might well be what the writer was intent on getting across. The former Lagos State governor revealed this while speaking at the Arewa Joint Committee Interactive Session in Kaduna on Monday, October the 17th. Some respected northern elders had used the platform to invite the four main presidential candidates to speak on their plans for Nigeria ahead of the 2023 general elections. I have been warned to stay on script, Bola Ahmed Tinubu said. Tinubu had in the past been criticized for his comments on public platforms whenever he speaks unscripted. Perhaps to reduce his constant gaffes in public places, his speechwriters admonished him to read from his prepared script. Back on focus, the presidential candidate revealed this by saying, back on focus because I have been warned to stay on script. Tinubu has an array of experienced media professionals working with him. They include Bayo Olonuga, a reputable Nigerian journalist who co-founded the news magazine and also served as the managing director of the News Agency of Nigeria under the Buhari administration. Dele Alake, a Nigerian journalist, activist, and technocrat, recognized as one of the heroes of Nigeria's democracy. He is also a former commissioner for information and strategy in Lagos between 1999 and 2007 under Tinubu's administration. So there it is right there. The warning for him are not to speak off the cuff for reasons that is gaffe prone. So gaffe prone, but I'm not sure that. But I'm not sure that that is a thing, even though people have tried very, very hard to make a thing out of it. I have often said, and I continue to insist, that Tinubu has never been an orator. He was never fluent or flowing ever at any course in his life. So quite why people are labeled that he says, you know what he's intending to say. So he puts a word as a sequence, and then then people are baying for blood and running for the hills. So baying for blood and running for the hills. Baying for blood and running for the hills. Obi in Kaduna years after arresting me, El Rufai. So I think we've already read this, so I think we'll skip through that one. So we skip through that one only to land on this. Amidst verbal missiles, Tinubu meets Atiku. The presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, has met with his counterpart from the People's Democratic Party PDP, Atiku Abubakar. The duo met at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, on Monday. In a viral video, Tinubu, his running mate Senator Kashim Shettima, and other APC chieftains came into the lounge at the airport where Atiku was already seated with his cronies. After both politicians shook hands cheerfully, they threw banter at each other with Atiku. When Atiku, that should say, it says when Atiku, we says with Atiku, we should say when Atiku started calling Jagaban, and the former Lagos State governor responded by saying Atiku. Later, Tinubu chatted with the PDP national chairman, Dr. Yochayu, before moving close to the former vice president and touching the PDP emblem on his white attire. Recall that both standard bearers had earlier criticized each other over Atiku's call on the Northerners to vote for him, saying they do not need a Yoruba or Igbo candidate as the Nigerian president. Atiku's statement has been greeted with backlash across the country, including Tinubu saying that the PDP candidate cannot speak for the North. So there's a video clip that goes with that. I'm not quite sure if we're making anything of that or if there's anything to be made of that, but whatever there is to be made of that, I'm sure we will make it of it. Groups demand immediate release of Nnamdi Kanu. A coalition of civil society groups has called on the federal government to, without further delay, release the detained IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu from detention. In a communique reached at the end of their meeting in Enugu, signed by Comrade Kindness Jonah of the Civil Liberties Organization, they called on the federal government to obey the Court of Appeal ruling and release Nnamdi Kanu forthwith. Civil society groups in Nigeria, majorly in the southeast zone, met in Enugu over the weekend and evaluated the state of the nation and the 2023 general elections, as well as some inflammatory speeches by some politicians, and came to the following resolution: the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from detention of the DSS must be with immediate effect because appeal court has acquitted him of all charges leveled against him. The cancellation of the 15-point accusation leveled against KANU, IPOB, and ESN by the federal government of Nigeria has clearly acquitted KANU, IPOB, and ESN of any terrorism charges. Thus, IPOB or ESN is not a terrorist organization, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist, but a freedom fighter, is stated. So I wonder if the no case to answer verdict of the appeal court actually extends to the proscription of the IPOB. I wonder if it extends to the proscription of the IPOB only insofar as if they are saying there is no case to answer for Nnamdi Kanu, then if they are saying there is no case to answer for Nnamdi Kanu, then on what grounds are they still able to hold on to the IPOB proscription? So to speculate and reflect on that. So let me bring you just a few more stories. This one's not advertised, but I came across it just in the course of the music's playing. Right, let me bring you this. It's still within the Kanu space. Prostrate before Buhari, just for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. Former Governor Chukwuemeka Eziefe. Former Governor of Anambra State, Dr. Chukwuemeka Eziefe, has said he would be willing to prostrate or kneel down before President Buhari, so he can order the release of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. Speaking in an interview with Arise TV today, October the 17th, the octogenarian elder statesman and chieftain of Ohanese Indigo also said the leader of the Apex Igbo Socio-Cultural Organization, Professor George Ebiozo, is making another plan to send a delegation of Igbo elders to visit Buhari on Kanu issue. Eziefe stated this whilst reacting to the appeal court verdict, which discharged Kanu last week, and the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami's disposition against the verdict. If President Buhari wants me to kneel down, I will kneel down. If he wants me to prostrate, I will prostrate just for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. Going to Supreme Court is a waste of time. Everyone in Nigeria is looking for a new Nigeria, as if he said. The former governor also said that the release of KANU will address protest agitations and sit-at-homes in the Southeast region. He also said the Igbo elders will welcome negotiation from the presidency to ensure KANU's release and peace in the Southeast. So there it is right there. There it is right there. Now, they still haven't released him, but then there was no expectations that they will release him. Because if you know the Nigerian landscape and the decision to release him, by the way, I'm not quite sure why they are going around to beg Buhari. The decision to release him or not, it lies largely with the Uthman Danfodio University guy, of course. You know, if he wants to release him, he will. I'm sure Buhari can give the order for him to be released, and he will be released. But if what is his name? Abubakar Malami wants him released, he will release him. If Abubakar Malami does not want him to be released, he will not be released. Malam Buhari, he doesn't really pay especially any attention to that, and he doesn't especially care. It doesn't affect his life one way or the other, Malam Buhari. So it's entirely down to Abubakar Malami. But you know, there's nothing that he loves more than power play. The Uthman Danfodio University guy. So he's going to hold on to that space, irrespective of what any court in the land says, because of course there is only one court of law in Nigeria, and that court of law is called Abubakar Malami. So there it is. Okay, I just saw a headline which I wondered if I should bring you or not. Okay, I'll just bring you the headlines. I might not bring you the content of the story. So, Wike returns, seeks apology over Atiku's comment. So Wike actually, I may well give you the readout. I may well give you two more readouts. Yes. Hold on. All right, I'll give you two more readouts, and then just really to expand the conversational space a bit. Just give me 1 second. I'll give you three more. There's one already lined up and two additional ones added onto it. So this speaks to the corruption that a lot of people level against the Nigerian politician, especially the Tinubu space. Nigerian government approves 2.59, so essentially 2.6. So Nigerian government approves approximately $2.6 billion for Badagry Deep Sea Port link to linked to APC presidential candidate Tinubu's nephew. So they are now going to Tinubu's nephew now. So I wonder if somebody is born in the same village that Tinubu comes from. I wonder if that falls under the. I wonder if that falls under the corruption cusp. I wonder if that falls under the corruption cusp. But let me bring you this anyway. Let me bring you this. I don't know what quite Kulata is saying, but let me just carry on. Sometimes I pop into the room just to see what people are saying. Let me just I'll give you just a couple of paragraphs from this because I'm not sure if it's strong enough, really. Nigerian government approves $2.59 billion for Badagry Deep Sea Seaport linked to APC presidential candidate Tinubu's nephew. The Nigerian government has approved the sum of $2.59 billion for the development of the Badagry Deep Sea Port project under a private-public partnership. This project is being promoted by a company, Badagry Port Development Limited. However, checks by correspondents revealed that Badagry Port Development Limited, the promoter of the project, is owned by one Adewale Tinubu and Olakunle Tinubu. Adewale is the nephew of Bola Tinubu, a former governor of Lagos State and the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress. According to the Minister of Transportation, Muazu Sambo, under a build, own, operate, transfer, delivery system, the port will be operated by the private sector for 45 years, after which it will revert to the government. Approved on August the 3rd, the minister said the project would generate $53.6 billion in revenue and create about 250,000 jobs, whilst making Nigeria a maritime hub in West Africa. The minister had added, I presented a memo today at council with respect to the development of Badagry Deep Sea Port under the public-private partnership arrangement, where the private sector will inject money for the development of the port, and at the end of the concessionary period, the port reverts to the federal government of Nigeria through the Nigerian Ports Authority. The project cost as contained and approved in council based on the final business case as approved by the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission in line with extant laws stood at $2.59 billion. It has to be developed in 4 phases with milestones and a concessional period of 45 years. Reversion is, like I said, to the federal government of Nigeria. This is to further the government's goal. Hold on. Sorry, I keep getting all the text messages coming in. This is to further the government's goal of making Nigeria the maritime hub of West Africa and Central Africa sub-region. This project, it may interest you to know, will generate total revenue of over $53.6 billion over the concession period. It will create about 1,250,000 jobs and also attract foreign direct investment to the country and helping improve Nigeria's economy in general and well-being of Nigerians. The company with registration number blah blah with the Corporate Affairs Commission CAC of Nigeria was registered on October the 2nd, 2012. Meanwhile, a source told correspondents that the promoter of the project had another hidden agenda. He described it as a move to forcefully take over their land and forced displacement of people of Badagry West. In recent times, there has been a lot of apprehension in the 13 communities in Badagry West with regards to the proposed Badagry Deep Sea Port project, which was first brought around 2012-2013, he said. The project is understood to be a public-private partnership arrangement to establish a deep sea port which covers an expanse of rather uninhabited areas of Badagry coastline that will ease the congestion in Apapa, a development which all the people of Badagry West welcomed and accepted wholeheartedly. Along the line, they kept expanding and changing details of the coverage area. The initial ask was 228,000 hectares of land, which surprisingly is bigger than the most familiar ports around the world, and the numbers kept changing every time in a very opaque arrangement. So I'm not quite sure where we're going to with that, but I think we can leave that there. I think we get the gist of what's being said. Still staying with Tinubu, APC Lagos rally. Labour Party calls for Tinubu's daughter's arrest. So what makes them so bold to do that? Let's see now what that is hinged on. The Labour Party has called for the immediate arrest and prosecution of Iyaloja General of Lagos State, Folashade Tinubu Ojo, for coaxing traders who failed to attend the women's rally in support of her father's presidential ambition to pay 5,000 naira or be shut down. Labour Party also urged President Mohamed Buhari to declare a state of emergency in Delta State over what it said is the act of brigandage where Labour Party members are being subjected to daily attacks by agents of the PDP in Delta State. So what is me seems to be the I don't know. It's quite this victim playing. Why are they so jittery? They are afraid of us. So the Yaloja of Lagos is a problem. She should be arrested. Delta State should be because that and that's APC. Delta State should be shut down. They should be all AK-47s. And that's PDP. All of because the Obi movement is just, I don't know, it's just a nonsense, isn't it? The National Publicity Secretary of the party, Arabambi Abayomi, in a statement issued on Monday in Abuja, said that the actions of the APC and PDP is not in consonance with the tenets of democracy. Arabambi said that the call became necessary following complaints by the affected traders whilst bemoaning the recurring attacks on members of the party and their offices in Lagos, recalling an alleged attack on the party's offices in Ajegunle and other areas in Lagos. Comrade Arabambi disclosed efforts made by the party to enable a harmonious political environment in the state. The statement, however, accused the police command in the state of refusing to act on its clarion calls to create an enabling environment for all politicians in Lagos, irrespective of their party affiliation. In a related development, Labour Party has called on President Mohamed Buhari to declare a state listen to this. So this is what these people are. This is who they are. It's just the most ludicrous bunch of people. In a related development, Labour Party has called on President Buhari to declare a state of emergency in Delta State before it is too late, saying a stitch in time saves nine. He stressed that if the current act goes unchecked, it is capable of causing breakdown of law and order and a full recipe for anarchy capable of truncating the 2023 general elections. So the area boys in Delta State are capable of truncating the 2023 general elections. So that it is right there. That's away with the fairies. When they say somebody is away with the fairies, that's really that's all you need to think of about that obedience space. Wike returns, seek apology over Atiku's comment. The crisis rocking the People's Democratic Party deepened on Monday as the Rivers State Governor Yemisi Wike has called on the party to apologize to Nigerians over an alleged divisive comment by the party's presidential standard bearer, Atiku Abubakar. Wike spoke at the Port Harcourt International Airport, Omagua in Ikwere local government area, shortly after arriving from his short trip to Spain. The Rivers State Governor had jetted out to Spain with his counterparts Sheyi Makinde, Dr. Ikpeazu, and Samuel Otom. Recall that Atiku was quoted as saying, "I know the whole of this country. I have built bridges across this country. I think what an average northerner needs is somebody who is from the north, who also understands other parts of Nigeria, and who has been able to build bridges across the rest of the country. That is what the northerner needs. He, the northerner, does not need a Yoruba or an Igbo candidate. This is what the northerner needs. I stand before you as a pan-Nigerian of northern origin." But Wike, who expressed doubt that such a statement came from Atiku, however, said such a stance coming at a period of transition for the nation gives vent to the call for equity, fairness, and justice. The governor said the PDP must, as a matter of urgency, address the issue in order for Nigerians not to view the party, which is preparing to take over power in 2023, as insensitive and devoid of justice, which it preaches. So there it is right there. So that's almost an well, it's a campaign against Atiku, isn't it? Suspected APC talks invade Atiku's campaign rally in Kaduna with swords and machetes. Armed thugs suspected to be supporters of the All Progressives Congress APC have invaded the venue of the ongoing rally for the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Atiku Abubakar, in Kaduna. The thugs brandishing dangerous weapons such as XYZs were said to have forced their way into the venue of the rally in an attempt to scuttle the event. Former Kaduna Central Governor Sheikh Husani broke the news of the invasion via his Twitter handle on Monday. Thugs have just invaded the Atiku rally venue in Kaduna with weapons, Sani tweeted. But in a swift reaction, Mr. Abubakar, via his verified Twitter handle, called on President Muhammad Buhari to warn all political parties to call their supporters to order. The PDP candidate, who described the incident as undemocratic, said it was against the peaceful accord political parties are participating in 2023 elections signed a fortnight ago. I have just received emergency reports of attacks on PDP supporters by thugs sponsored to scuttle the ongoing PDP campaign rally in Kaduna State. This is undemocratic and against the peace accord all parties signed just a few weeks ago, Abubakar tweeted. He added, I urge President Muhammad Buhari to call on all parties to call their supporters and members to order and to ensure that campaigns, just with the elections themselves, are kept free, fair, and safe. Last week, a former director of State Services DSS, Mike Ejiofor, had identified political violence amongst the major parties as threats to the 2023 general elections. So I thought the era of political thuggery had been and gone within the Nigerian space, but it looks as though we're still very much contending with that. So political thuggery are still something that is a matter for Nigeria to contend with. What are we making of that? I've got your panelists. I'll bring them onto the screen, and then I'll play you just the couple of videos that I've already lined up, and we dive deep into the conversation. I've reposted I've reposted the link to the studio for anybody because people have been asking for it. So if you want to join us, then I've reposted the link to the studio. So let me play you these clips which are already lined up. So this is El Rufai speaking to how badly he was treated by Peter Obi in 2013 when he just went as an observer for his party in an election taking place in Peter Obi's area of influence. Listen to the little man from Kaduna State.
In 2013, I went to Anambra State as an official of the APC to witness the by-election for governorship. Your next guest, Peter Obi, was governor. He got me arrested and detained for 48 hours in my hotel room. Now I'm the governor of Kaduna State. And he is coming to Kaduna. In addition to the police and the SSS, I have one mechanized division Nigerian army here. If I need to arrest and detain anyone. But we are northerners. We are civilized. We don't do things like that. I wish you all safe journey back to your destination, and God bless.
God bless Mala and I'll find my elbow.
All right, thank you. So that was the clip. There's one more clip that I want to play to you, but before I play that clip, I did post the coffee something just as I was coming in, and I want to acknowledge that that's already been being picked up. It's Ayo as ever. So it's just traditional names that are going through that space. I mean, you are not obliged, but I want to see a variety in the names that have been going through that space. So let me just flash it up to acknowledge that Ayo has been on that space. So he's kicked that off. It's usually Ayo and Jafar that you will see mainly in that space, but and Kulata. But we want to see more than those three names. So that's Ayo coming in straight away to kick it off. So well done, Ayo, for that. Let me play you this other clip as I bring on the other panelists. So here they are, the full set. So let me play you this one more clip, and then we dive straight into the conversation.
How is that? Eh? How is that? The Jagaban. How are you, sir? Yeah. How are you? You know how your own. Atiku. What are you guys doing? No, we just came. We ended just before you.
There's just so much to glean from that little clip. There's just so much to glean. First, you want to read the body language, and you say somewhat. Atiku was somewhat frontal, and he held steady and looked straight on at Tinubu. Tinubu was somewhat evasive in his body language, and then of course the SR, as we call it in Yoruba land, there's Atiku Jagaban. So there's just so much to read from that. But then the other thing that you probably want to wait is the monetary value of that gathering. So you had Sanwo-Olu, you had Kashim Shettima, you had Atiku, and you had Tinubu, and then you had their acolytes and their cronies and their functionaries. Within that small room, I guesstimate that is, if I said $150 billion, I'm not sure that I'll expect too much argument. So there it is right there. The looters of Nigeria gather to pat themselves on the back. The looters of Nigeria gather to pat themselves on the back as we kick it off with Alexander Gomez, or Alexander Gomes, as they call him in his new home now, Alexander Gomes. How you doing?
Yeah, how are y'all doing today?
Well, good.
I watched that clip with disgust. Like you said, when you add up the value in monetary terms, the people in that room is in excess of $100 billion. And my people are there suffering, no light, no water most times. And these people are bannering Jagaban, Atiku, Jagaban. I find it gross and disgusting, quite frankly. I shake my head and think, are this the people that are still going to come and take over that space? Because at the end of the day, that is the bottom line. Either one of those guys would be the next president of Nigeria.
You see, in that room, Alexander, is the next 16 years of Nigeria in that room. Because one of those two elements will win, and there's a very good chance that whoever deputizes for them will be the next president.
That's true.
In that room is possibly, almost probably, the next 16 years of Nigeria.
I wonder when this decline in Nigeria's fortune is going to end, if it's going to ever end anytime soon in my lifetime. It's heartbreaking. I feel very sad that we've gotten to where we are today, because of the way the administration and the wealth of the country is run. Um, it breaks my heart, but what can we do? I was telling my nurse in the office today, yeah, we do need some new bodies and new ideas in place. But the sad reality of it is that until these people expire, until these people expire, for lack of a better word, the status quo is going to continue, unfortunately, because they naturally don't want to step aside. They essentially have a sense of entitlement in statements like a Milocon and don't vote for me, don't vote for anyone but the Northerner because the Northerner understands what your plight. It's very sad. I don't know. It's very sad. Because I see before 2023, I can see how this thing is going to pan out. I can see an eventual winner. And who's going to be the eventual winner is right in that room, making banters, exchanging funny innuendos. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know. I wish we could find someone like Geronis who would come and just do the noble thing. Yeah, do the noble thing, not to take over necessarily, but to clean up the space and step aside and say, come on, guys, you can take this country to the next level. This guy's not around anymore. So you have the free hand to do whatever you want to do. I'm praying every day for that, because if that doesn't happen, the sad, unfortunate reality is that this is just what we're going to expect in the next unfortunate 16 years, as you rightly put it, one man. So that's my position on that. I did come on earlier today to come and address Jewel's reservation about my utterance concerning the Southeast region, and I think I've clarified my position as unequivocal as I can be. So I think I've done that.
John was there then, but he never responded, so I'm not quite sure.
I think he had a problem with his network. I saw his logo, but I don't think he was there. So he would play back today again, and because I don't want to go, I want to put this to bed. I want to go through that again. I don't want anybody labeling me as a Southeast hater. I can't. I can put my hand to my chest and say I don't think anybody from any region of Nigeria that is not a Southerner that has a bigger investment than I do in the Southeast region of Nigeria. So I can't be race tribalistic or say things that are derogatory to my Igbo in-laws in that regard. I can't. But let's call a spade a spade. This is a platform where we have the likes of Kolata, Jale Koko, Enigmatic, Prince Papati, all these top intellectuals come together, the progressive come together and dialogue and make me wake up at 10 o'clock at night listening to some amazing analysis. So we don't want to belittle or come with a small mindset on this platform. Let's be broad, let's be encompassing, and let's be able to be as transparent as we can be. No biases. Let's say the way it is. Don't tell me 2 and 2 is 24, because I'm not going to accept that. So, Wama, I don't stay long on the platform. I will let the people who are the regular voices take over, my friend. Okay.
All right, brilliant. Well said, Alexander. Alexander Gomes. Alexander Gomes joins us to kick it off with a pearl of wisdom. A pearl of wisdom, but the wise words continue, and they come next from Naija Lokan. So Naija Lokan, are you ready to go? Look at that, Naija Lokan. You walk on now, Naija Lokan.
Hello, Mr. Woman.
Are you ready, or do you want me to skip you for a moment?
Emilio Connor.
Okay, ìwọ ló kàn. Oh, okay, so ìwọ ló kàn, èmi ló kàn, Naija ló kàn. But especially Naija ló kàn, in that little clip that we just saw, the future of Nigeria right in that clip for however long, at least till you and I, if we're not dead, will be long in a rocking chair somewhere. So what are you making of that gathering? These people joshing and high-fiving each other. Atiku, Kashim, whatever his name is, Shetima, Tinubu, Okowa, and the usual retinue of hangers on. So what are you then making then of that committee of looters?
Well, it's a little bit unfortunate, but the thing is that just like I always say to you, Oma, you already know who's going to win the election, so your own is a little bit different. But there are so many Nigerians out there who are fighting using their scarce resources and doing whatever they can.
Who are hoping against hope?
Who are, well, if you can say it's hoping against hope. People like you know the result, but they don't know the result, so they are still trying their best to see that this reality that you've accepted, because you've accepted it, that this is how it's going to go.
No, I'm not accepting it. I'm hoping for it.
Yeah, okay. So better. You're hoping for Tinubu to be the next president. Okay,
well, yeah, clearly as a patriot, yes.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so you are hoping for even though you said all these things you said with Mr. Gomez just now, how you people were sort of a little bit not quite well. I would say that Mr. Gomez wasn't quite happy that these people are going to be running the country.
Tinubu is a criminal, of course. We know that.
If we had someone like Rollins come and wipe them away, but you are happy with this kind of people to continue to run the place.
Well, because we have no other choice, do we? We have nothing else in the field.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine. All right. So, but there are many Nigerians that think they have a choice. There are other candidates in the election. They don't see the election as just between two people, but you obviously see it as just between two people.
Well, because I'm not an idiot, for reasons of not being an idiot, yes.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. The other Nigerians that maybe are idiots and they see the election in another way. You don't share that view. That's absolutely fine. That's the beauty of democracy. You choose who you want to vote for, who you believe in, and then you do your best to get that candidate in, and that's what's going on in Nigeria. That's the beauty of it. The 18 people that are vying for presidency, and then you vote for who you want to vote for. It's unfortunate people like us who are living outside the country, we really don't. We're not the ones in the thick of it. We're not the ones that whoever gets in, I will not directly suffer. I might suffer because I have investments in Nigeria, but that's about it. But I will not suffer the economic, the present economic hardship in the country. I'm not suffering it, so I don't have a direct. It doesn't affect me personally. But then those people that are there, I think some of them feel that they have a stake, and they've chosen that they want to do something about it. They don't believe that the results are already there. They believe that there's still a great possibility of a different result, and they're working towards it. So more power to them, I would say. More power to them.
Well, you can say more power to them, but anyway, let's leave it at that. But it's not really a case of more power to them. It's more, the inevitability is inevitable. Tinubu reveals reason why Atiku should step down and endorse him. So this is Tinubu inviting that a favor done is a favor owed and a favor to be returned. Inviting that Atiku Abubakar, for reasons that he stepped aside for him in 2007, should step aside for him now. What do you think he's saying that for? Because I'm not quite sure if that even has any meaning.
If I don't know, maybe you remember a few months ago, a few months ago when I came here, I did mention to you that this election eventually is going to end up being an election between the elites and the masses. I did say to you then, don't be surprised that Tinubu is eventually going to team up with Atiku against Peter Obi. That's what's going to end up happening. And maybe it might look like a joke, but I said this a few months ago, and I said it and people laughed about it. It might end up being that where they have to team up to fight against the so-called man that has no chance. That's what may happen eventually, because I mean, this Arewa forum has given them the opportunity to. People have been able to listen to some of these candidates, and you've seen that some of them are basically empty. They have nothing to offer. They're offering tribalism, and they're offering your friend that you're choosing candidates. You can see he can't even string two sentences together.
Who is my chosen candidate? Don't attribute to me what I've not owned myself. Nigeria is my candidate, as I told you.
Your problem one mind is that you continue to hide behind whatever you want to hide behind. But everybody knows here. Anyone that listens to you knows that your candidate is Tinubu.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Everybody knows that Tinubu is your candidate. So whether you want to admit it or not, Tinubu is your candidate.
All right, then those people know better than me. Those people know better than me. But let's hear from Ajani Koko. You still have
as far as they're concerned, Yoruba local, and it is Tinubu's this thing. So that's what you believe.
Don't worry. For reasons of antecedents.
Yoruba local.
No. For reasons of antecedents.
Yes.
And I think you concede this as well, that the Yorubas are infinitely better administrators than most in Nigeria, infinitely, especially at the governmental space. So the best governor, the best president we've ever had, Obasanjo, twice. The first person to ever hand over power voluntarily, Obasanjo.
That's why the Abodo Master has Lagos State in his pocket, because he's the best administrator we've ever had.
Don't worry about all of that. Don't worry. But let's hear from Ajani Koko.
The convicted, the indicted drug lord from the US. That's
indicted. Who indicted? Oh, okay. Let's not start.
Mr. Oman, the facts are there in America. There. I mean, it's not.
All right. I wish you dig them up. I wish you dig them up. This is the moment.
This is not a made-up story. I mean, you know.
Yeah, but this is the time to dig up those facts.
It's not digging up anything. You know this. You know.
I don't know this any more than I know what you are now telling me about myself. You seem to know me better than I know myself.
Let's play the ostrich then. Let's play ostrich and
well, you can if you want to. You can if you want to.
Tinubu is an indicted war. It's an indicted drug baron. Let's play ostrich.
All right, brilliant. You still have the floor, Najalo Khan, but cede a little bit for Ajani Koko to interject. Ajani Koko, come in.
Okay, just want to ask Najalo Khan. He said he believed that Atiku and Tinubu will join together against Obi. I just want to ask him that: do you still
join together against
against who?
Against the Nigerian masses.
Who are those masses? You said they are going to join together. Hold on. Hold on now. Hold on. When you are putting out a position, you have to clarify it so that everybody can understand what you are really saying. So, Tinubu and Atiku, two opposition parties, we join together against who? PDP and APC. We join together against Peter Obi. Who is that masses? Who are those masses?
The people that are on the streets every day crying that they want a change in Nigeria.
Who are those people? What's the name of their organization? What's the name of their organization? Because I've never seen Nigerian demonstrating or doing that. Who are those people?
You've not seen anybody on the street asking for change.
Who are mention their name? They must have name now.
Well, you know,
they must have a banner on which they are doing that. Who are those people?
We don't know who we're talking about.
Why are you so coy?
Say it if you know them.
To say, I'm not afraid now. I have the courage of your conviction now.
I already mentioned this before. I told you a few months ago.
Okay, say it again. What do you say? What did you say before?
This election is going to end up being between the elites and the Labour Party. I said it 3 months, about 2 months ago.
So hold on. Let me get it clear. So PDP and APC, the two strongest opposition party in Nigeria,
yes.
We join together.
Yes.
to fight Peter Obi. That is what you are saying.
Yes.
Okay. Why are you so afraid to say it clearly from the beginning? I mean, what's the big deal?
Hold your
I
chest
said
out
it 2
and
months
own
ago.
it.
I said it 2 months ago. I didn't even say it now. I said it 2 months ago.
Okay, so you see, stand by that.
Yes, I stand by it.
Okay, all right. Okay, that is clear. I just want to.
You did not have the confidence in what you were saying. That's why you were fluttering.
I said it 2
I
months
just
ago.
want to be clear. Now I'm clear with your position. Thank you.
I'm still there. I said it 2 months ago. I'm still there.
You see when you say it out loud, you see how ludicrous it sounds. So that's why you
up
were
to you.
hesitant.
Look,
That's why you
just
were
like
hesitant.
This your permutation cannot win bet for you.
One man.
All right.
You know one thing. You have a position that even if an imbecile from the West is put against Peter Obi, you will still take the imbecile.
I would not.
You will.
Please don't do that now. Please don't. You know people are listening.
You take the imbecile.
You know a lot of people are actually listening to you. So please don't say that because you are trying to corner me. So don't corner me.
Hello, one man, please.
Hold on. I was already anticipating that you will come in as well. But let's just
can I come in? Oh no, definitely. I must come in. I must come out today.
All right, you are only coming to hammer it down. What he's saying, Abi?
Oh no, I must speak out.
All right.
Because it is very, very important.
All right.
I was looking for Kulata. Ajele Koko is here, even though he's a Showere guy. Who else? Where are they? They are not here. It was a disgrace at the Arewa Forum today. Incoherence, directionless. Tinubu should go and rest.
All right.
One man, I am not going to say this. The issue about Tinubu and his presentation at the Arewa was done today. Ajele Koko, I challenge everyone here to go and listen to that clip. It was an outing of disgrace. It was an outing of something.
They know.
It was an outing that no reasonable mind would ever support.
They know.
That's where I keep telling you guys that religion and tribe had destroyed us in that country.
That's the problem.
That we do not have, it's like a veil. We cannot see very far. As one man. One man is supporting Tinubu after what he saw today.
Please don't do that now. Avoid. You can't.
One man.
I have not stated that, so please don't state it on my behalf.
One man, but if it was an Obi, that would have been your headline. His presentation would have been a headline. One man, you have to come out and be resolute because the idea at the end of the day is Nigeria. You are not speaking like you want Nigeria to change. You guys want to stick. Let us be in that doldrum of poverty.
But neither are you, though. You are not speaking as though you don't want Nigeria to change.
One man, if that was your company.
You just want your tribe to have a moment in the
sun. No, it's not a question of tribe, one man. I'm talking about the best person.
That's entirely what you're talking about.
One man, I'm talking about the best person for the job.
Yeah, but the best person for the job is not your man.
Oh no, who he is? Who do you think it is?
Let's not go through it all over again.
One man,
in a hierarchy of fit for purpose, Peter Obi comes at the bottom of that hierarchy.
It's okay. It's okay.
In terms of his antecedents, in terms of his capacity, in terms of his presentation, and in terms of his mental faculty, it comes at the bottom.
Okay, I agree.
So if you want the best for the country, the best is not your man.
Okay. Among the three,
to have a moment in the sun, which is what you want, then
one man among the three, it is not a question of my man. It has nothing to do with my man. One man, we have gone past. We have gone past that politics. One man.
No, you haven't. If you had gone past that politics, you would have abandoned.
Hold on, one man.
At least yesterday.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Hold on. The person that is parlaying with Sheikh Gumi and presenting the spokesperson for the butchery in NSAS, you excuse that with a whiff and a quiff. All of his corruption antecedents, you excuse that with a quiff and a whiff. Everything you excuse with a quiff and a whiff, all for reasons of pride. So forget all of that. If you want the best for that country, you wouldn't even be anywhere near.
I wish you went ahead to listen to the major. If you had listened to the major in an interview,
one man,
you would know that the Major General Eneche is a great guy.
Yes, of course he is.
Can I interject 1 minute?
All right.
Go ahead,
please. Joel.
What?
Let us follow the direction that one man is taking us. Let us stick to the talking point. When you get to your tongue, if you want to chip into Tinubu stuff, you can do it. Don't let us start with this.
What's the reason why we're here?
No, we're not here for a street fight. It's not a street fight.
It's not a street fight.
We have several talking points that we have to, treat here today. Let us treat them one after the other so that we can have a focus. So,
there's no talking point that they gaff.
Because you know what?
You mean for you?
No, it is out there, one man. Everybody out there is talking about it all over Twitter. It's all
that's fine. This is not Twitter. This is one man went.
Yeah, because you are not for Tinubu, and you will never be for Tinubu.
Please stop it.
Hold on. There is nothing good you are going to talk about Tinubu. We know that quite well. Even when Showore had interview with Arise TV, and everybody said Showore did well. Everybody on this platform said, yes, this outing by Showore was fantastic. You are the only one said that he had a very poor performance. You are the only one. I've not watched that video.
Yes. About Joel is tribe.
Yeah, you are the only one on this platform. Even
it's just and Bansat, they share their popularity. They cannot reach beyond tribe.
Others from the east, like Saki Fada, was even raising that guy high. He was raising his performance high here on that day. That look, Showore did very well. He didn't expect, but this is a very good performer. He acknowledged it. But you are the one that said it here that it is the worst ever.
Probably because I have seen Showore before.
Because you don't want to. Because you don't want to open your.
Something better. Because I expected something better, Mr. Jelekoko. You can't just keep talking. I expected better from Showore. So I expected a better out. And when you look at subsequently, Showore has gotten better, more matured. Even though there's still room for improvement.
All right. With your permission, and only with your permission, Joel, I'd like to get back to Nijalokon, who had the floor, but only if you allow it. You allow it. All right, back to Nijalokon.
I was just because you were talking about.
I thought we usually start at a gentler pace, and then in the latter half we get to. But of course, whenever Joel is around, it's Back to you, Nijalokon. Yeah.
Yeah, so normally I don't like to argue too much with you about Peter Obi, because I know your position on Peter Obi, and when I said that even if Alim Bessel is put in place, and you are going to go for Alim Bessel, and I'm not saying it, I'm not joking about it. This is what I feel, and I think deep down you know what I've said is true. It doesn't matter who they put against Peter Obi, you're going to go with that person, even if it's Alim Bessel. But whether you're going to admit it to yourself or not, I think that's just the honest truth. If you don't want to admit it, that's fair enough, because you see nothing good in him. But about four or 5 weeks ago, I challenged you to come up with something that is you can prove, because I told you that he said, which he said today, if he can prove that he's ever misappropriated money, he will stop running. Today again, he challenged people. He said he made 2 statements that people can prove anywhere. He talked about the ID card. If you can go and prove that he actually asked people, because these are rubbish that people are circulating around. If you can prove
when
it,
has that ever been proven against a Nigerian politician?
But people say these things. What he said, if you can prove it, he will stop running. So when somebody
when has that ever been proven? Those are just loose words now. They're meaningless.
Wait. You keep saying this, but you keep throwing out there he's very corrupt, is this. The one you are asked to prove it, you can't prove it. Okay, when he addressed the Northerners, he was the only candidate that spoke about corruption. Atiku never talked about corruption. The Abado master who was talking about poisoning people with Holy Communion and all this nonsense. He couldn't string any sentence together. We're just talking rubbish.
Who?
He didn't talk about corruption. So these are the people that have destroyed that country with corruption, but they won't talk about it. But you, instead of talking about what happened in that place and addressing what those candidates said, instead you're coming up with all this rubbish about El Rufai, talking rubbish. The thing that El Rufai said, Peter Obi came today and addressed it. He was in Abga. How can a governor in Abga tell a PDP control the government to send SSS to go and arrest a governor, to go and arrest El Rufai? El Rufai himself, the beauty about Twitter is that when he says these things, instantly people went and dug up the video. He actually gave a press or maybe I don't know whether it was a press release or whatever, not press release, but he gave an interview where he actually said in his own words, I have the video on my phone now. He said in his own words that SSS were sent from Abuja. That they were sent from Abuja to stop him at his hotel and kept him there. He was complaining that
that wasn't what he said.
Look, I'm telling you, I listened to the interview. I have it on my phone. I can play it if you want to listen to it.
All right, listen to him. You don't have to play it. I have it.
In 2013, I went to Anambra State as an official of the APC to witness the by-election for governorship. Your next guest, Peter Obi, was governor. He got me arrested and detained for 48 hours in my hotel room. Now I'm the governor of Kaduna State. And he is coming to Kaduna. In addition to the police and the SSS, I have one mechanized division Nigerian army here. If I need to arrest and detain anyone. But we are northerners. We are civilized. We don't do things like that. I wish you all safe journey back to your destination and God bless.
God bless Mala and find my Egbo.
So don't make up stuff, please. Don't make up stuff. Don't make stuff up.
Can you allow me talk, or you want to conclude and reach your own?
No, carry on, but don't make stuff up because we have evidence.
Look. Don't say that you are casting some aspersions now. You are saying I'm making things up, which I'm not. Okay, you're just saying that.
No, you said he said EDSS was sent from Abuja to arrest him. He never said anything like that.
Do you want to listen to me?
Yeah, carry on.
I want to speak, and then I just keep quiet.
Carry on.
I'm telling you now that when that incident occurred, shortly after that incident, he gave an interview which I have on my phone now, which I can play to you. This video was recorded around the time of this incident. So I'm not talking about what he said today. I'm talking about what he said 6 years ago when this thing happened. Okay, I have it on my phone now. It was recorded. It's in his own voice.
Yeah, and don't worry about recorded. We all know about your doctored recordings in the IPOB space.
You know what? Okay, let's leave. Let's move on to something else. You've reached your own conclusion.
We know the IPOB. But they're not the ones telling us that Tinubu was collecting 50 billion. So we know the doctored something from IPOB.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move on. Let's move on. That's fine.
All right. Let me take you to a different space. Okay, let me take you to an Nnamdi Kanu space. Groups demand immediate release of Nnamdi Kanu. So it's nearly a week on now. Are fast approaching the appeal court, one of the senior-most, just a step from the senior-most court in the land, has insisted that this guy be released. But Abubakar Malami, of course, has told the Southeast to go whistle, and he continues to detain this guy. So, of course, this is recipe for disaster because we know how the Southeast would react. So why is this guy still being held against court judgment at Nigeria?
Well, I don't know. This is the question you have to ask the government. I don't know why they're keeping him, because obviously, if they've been asked to release him, they obviously know why. I don't have a clue. They could have a plan, but who knows? So I don't have an answer to that question. Only God knows what the plan is. But obviously, they broke a lot of laws there by bringing him into the country. The way they brought him in, they broke a lot of laws, international laws, and all that stuff. I mean, I don't know why they're still keeping him. So they have no right to keep him, really. He should be released. So we'll see what their plan is.
All right, brilliant. And to the space, Wike returns. And just before we even go into the content of what he has to say, there used to be a Yoruba man back in the late 60s, early 70s called Olabisi Ajala. He went round the world to the point that I think it was Sonny Ade that sang a song about him. Ajala traveled all over the world. But it looks as though Wike is looking to beat Ajala's record. He seems to spend more of his time in Spain and London at the expense of the Cross River taxpayer than administering that space. So that's to one side. But he has come out frontally now against that Atiku speech and is saying essentially that this just highlights even more what he has been fighting within the party for. This bias, this prejudice, this sense of superiority and entitlement, and this overloading by the Northerners. So what are you making of Wike's response to Atiku's comment? Vote for me because I am your clansman.
Well, I said this at the very start. Atiku and Tinubu have nothing to sell to Nigerians. The two of them, as far as I'm concerned, it's good that the more they speak, the more Nigerians who are actually of good conscience, those that are not going to be using, and that's why I like what Peter B always says, which he repeated today again, this election is not going to be based on ethnicity, it's not going to be based on religion, it's going to be based on voting the right man that has competence, that has capacity. That's what this election is going to be based on. He's the only one that keeps saying that. All the rest are selling tribalism, selling the religion. So whatever Wike is saying, I support him on that. These two candidates, they have nothing to sell to Nigerians apart from tribalism, and that's all they have to sell. And then obviously try to buy votes eventually. That's the strategy. They have nothing to sell.
What are you making of Peter Obi's interaction with Sheikh Gumi in Kaduna?
Well, I mentioned this some time ago. When Peter Obi becomes the president of the country, he's going to be president of both Gumi himself. He's going to be president of those that are the ones that are the Yoruba, the Oduduwa people. He's going to be president of IPOB. He's going to be president of everybody.
Have you not called Gumi a terrorist before? Now Peter Obi is mingling with terrorists, right? Haven't you called him a terrorist before? Now he's visiting him. You are praising him for meeting. Yeah.
Are you telling me what I've said, or are you telling me what I've said?
Haven't you called Gumi a terrorist before?
When did I call him a terrorist?
Oh, so now he's not a terrorist.
Well, no. When you said that, haven't you called him? So you've had me call him terrorist then?
Haven't you?
Are you putting words in my mouth, or are you telling
I'm not putting words in your mouth. I can remember what you have said in the past.
That's what you're doing now. You're telling me what I've said.
This is what you have said. You have called him. Oh, this guy is a leader of terrorists on this terrorists.
You've done that separately on this.
You said it here. You said it here. Now he's no more a terrorist. Oh, Peter Obi is going to vomit every other person, every Nigerian. So you can visit him.
I'm not in the mood for arguments. So if you want to reach your own conclusion, that's okay.
I mean, this is unbelievable, man. The way this guy just changes like chameleon from one color to the other.
You are the chameleon.
All just to favor Obi. Everything must favor Obi. Must get away with everything.
We are human beings. We can what you say yesterday, we can forget today.
Okay.
I've never commented on Gumi on this platform, but if you want to say I have, fair enough.
All right. Let me take you to a different space, Nigeria. It's because really of the way you have been of your commentary so far. to the
No,
space of
I get it. I get it. This platform, you can't say if you're for Obi here is difficult. I understand it.
no,
You
no.
know,
If you are for the if
One,
you are for the truth here, if we are for the truth, it's
one thing
easy.
that you have to understand, you guys are marketing a very bad product. You have a very
Naija
bad
Lukon,
product.
Naija Lukon,
Hold on.
Naija
Let him
Lukon.
let him have the space because it's not really even had it. Let him have
Just
the
let me
space to
finish.
share.
Just
Yeah.
let me finish, and maybe I'll leave.
No, don't
You
leave
people
or
have.
don't run away. Or stay.
I'm
Yeah.
not running. Look, I come back when I have the time. You
Yeah.
people are marketing a very bad product. You have
Right.
someone like Tinubu who's a bad product. You have Atiku who's a bad product. Just all you have to do is to type their name into Google. You will see their criminal records. You will see all the things that they've done. You don't even need to go far.
Were they indicted in Pandora Papers?
These are the
Were
people
they
you want to
indicted in
represent.
Pandora Papers?
These are the people you want them to go and represent this country. You want Tinubu,
You
a man
don't
indicted
want to answer that question.
for drug in the US.
Were they indicted in Pandora Papers? Was Tinubu or Atiku indicted in Pandora Papers?
Pandora paper is not even a crime. He has money.
Right.
He has money in trust for his family. Is that a crime?
Money
Somebody puts money in
laundering.
trust for his children. Is that a
Oh
crime?
God, Ọlọ́run. Ọlọ́run dáhùn èèyàn sílé ayé yìí ṣá.
Unbelievable.
I don't know. You people are just making all this.
I have said it several times that Nigeria is not one country.
Before he goes into politics, is that a crime?
We are just pretending.
What of insider dealing?
All right, thank you.
Let me finish. So you guys can carry on. Just go on.
All right. No. Have you rounded your thoughts on the Gumi space?
If you have another question for me, I
was going to take you to the appointment as a key functionary on their campaign council, the Labour Party, the spin doctor of the Nigerian military that tried to tell us that nothing happened on the 20th of October 2020 at Lekki Toll Gate. I'm talking about retired Major General NHA, who erstwhile was a key functionary of the Obi campaign. Was that a misstep? Was that an error in judgment? Was that I don't careism? What is your reading of that, or does he get a pass on that as well?
I think he's when you say he's a member, he didn't even last for. Did he last for 24 or 48 hours? I think it was less than 48 hours. He was on the list for less than that. So
yeah, he was appointed though. He was appointed as a key
I understand what you're saying, but obviously, if you've listened to the man's interview, the interview is over there on it. You can go and listen to it. It's all over the place. So I think he sounded like a man that has a man of good conscience, I would say, and a man that even if he was part of the military, the way the military is, he was the PRO of the military. He had to do that job. So even if you didn't like the job, you have to obey the last command. That's just the way the military is. So it's unfortunate that he got himself into that kind of. But that's the way it is. In the military, if you're given a command, you have to do it. There's no choice in the military. He was the PRO. He had to do his job, but he's trying to explain it, and he's taking himself out of that situation. People don't use that, but he continues to work. He still wants a new country, wants a better country. So you don't have to be on that council for you to work for a better country, really. So I don't even believe that everybody has to be on that campaign council. You can still be out of the council and the campaign council and still do your job if you want to. It's not all this being on the campaign council. There are many people that are doing a lot more for the movement and not even on any council. They're just working from the side. So it doesn't. That's those things are just for show. It doesn't mean anything. As far as I'm concerned, it's just it's water under the bridge. That's the way I look at it. But people want to talk about it tomorrow. That's their problem. The man who has said he will continue to do his best to contribute to how he can, and that's what's important. It's not being on the council. You can be on the council and do nothing. You're better off not on the council and you're working. You're contributing. That's better than just being on the council. So all that it's not that important.
So you don't find it unforgivable that somebody like that has an association with your party, because at the very epicenter of where the Nigerian space must move from is people like that, because he is a real representation of everything that is wrong with that country. He had always been, and he recently has been. So it wasn't as though he was an unknown dynamism, but it doesn't offend you that somebody like that was appointed and then your space was forced to step him down. It doesn't concern you.
Well, I think I can't. He has spoken. He has tried to explain this. I'm prepared to accept his the way he's explained it, which is there. I'm not going to start going through what he said, but I'm prepared to accept what he said. And if some people might not accept it, some people may never accept it. Some people will accept this, but I'm one of those that will accept what he said, and I'm prepared to move on. But the other people that might not share my view might think no, they will never accept it. But we're all different, so I'm not going to say this is how you have to be this way or this way. But I'm prepared to accept it. Doesn't mean I'm going to force my view on somebody else. So if somebody else might not accept my view, which is fair enough, people can have divergent views. It does not mean that we cannot still be part of the same team just because we don't agree on every single thing. You don't always have to agree with every single thing, but I don't have anything against those that don't want him at all. I don't want anything to do with him. I don't have anything against those people. I'm quite happy with them to have that view. That's fair enough.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliant whenever you join us. How come you don't join us often enough, Nigeria?
Because I know what your platform is about. I know what it's about. It's all tribal and all this. So it's all my people, this tribal, this. It's too tribalistic for me. It's just too much. So once in a while, I come and then I try and recover.
This guy is funny, man. That's funny. Yeah, just funny.
Can I interject?
You're just very, very funny.
It's too tribal for me. It's too tribal.
Yeah. So we are all tribal people. Yeah. But you are not. But you are not.
I'm not saying you're all tribal people.
But you are not.
My mouth. I don't understand it. What have I said?
But what you find, Nigeria, is that everybody is. No, hold on.
It was in my mouth. I don't get it.
No. You know, when you listen to people, you listen to not to the words, but what is being said, because those are often different spaces. So the words are just utterances of intent.
Is that people tend to always run to their tribal. It's always
look at that.
Comment, it's because it's from your. It's because it's this. When you want to refer to Peter Obi, it's always Ipobian. When you want to refer to Tinubu,
yeah, he's an Ipobian. He's not an Ipobian.
You never mention Yoruba Nation with Tinubu or Dudua with Tinubu. Why not? But why is it that anytime you talk about Peter Obi, it's Ipobian? But when you talk about someone like Tinubu, it's never Yoruba Nation or Dudua. Why not? And why is it that when you mention Atiku, you don't talk about Boko Haram? The only person you mention Ipobian with is Peter Obi. That is the problem. And I don't understand. Balance it out. If you say Peter Obi is Ipobian, fine. If you get to Tinubu, talk about Oduduwa and talk about Yoruba Nation.
Let me ask you a question. I'm not supporting.
Sorry, hold on 1 second. Yeah, sorry. I just want to address what Nigeria is saying. If I feel that there's a heavy base of Ipobians with Peter Obi's space, should I not say so? And if I don't feel that there's any association between Atiku and Boko Haram or Tinubu and Boko Haram and Yoruba Nation, should I say there is association just because I want to strike a balance that I think that there's an Ipobian undertone to Peter Obi? Should I be disingenuous? Should I be disingenuous? Should I be dishonest?
Can I ask you a question? Are you saying there is nobody who in the Yoruba Nation group or Dudua Nation or Dudua or whatever that is supporting your?
I'm sure there must be by lots of probability, but the Ipobian support of Peter Obi is visible and is just there.
How is it visible? In what way? In what way is it visible? In what way?
Because we cover the political space. And the people, I've said this severally, because there was a time that we never talked about anything other than Nnamdi KANU, and all of the spaces where we used to get the Nnamdi KANU feeds, and now the spaces that have transmuted to obedience.
I don't think that there are people who are talking about Oduduwa who are not talking about Tinubu.
Not that I have seen. Because the Yoruba Nation have consistently held.
It's possible that I have seen it. It's possible that I have seen it.
Of course. I mean,
but you don't ever see me come here and say, talk about Dudua whatever or Yoruba Nation I call him Tinubu or
One man, can I ask him a question?
Yeah, go on, and then I'll
have
move
some
on
balance.
from.
Have some
Okay,
balance.
take the
Have
question
balance.
from Ajan Lekoko, and then we'll move on.
Have some balance.
Emilokon, why do
I'm
you
not
take?
Emilokon.
Okay, Najalokon. Okay, so why do you take offense for on one man to call this thing IPOB? Is anything wrong in IPOB as an organization? Is anything wrong in that?
Nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong. Okay, so what is the offense then?
My problem is that every time he talks about P2B, it's always IPOBian.
Okay, when is the hold on.
Yes.
I want to get it right.
Yeah.
IPOBian are mainly Igbo people, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so now that you said nothing wrong in IPOBian, so what is the offense you are taking on one man for calling Peter Obi IPOBian or the or his followers, regarding them IPOBian? What is wrong in it? I don't get it, and I just want
I want some balance. I want also, when he's talking about Tinubu, you should also talk about Yoruba Nation, because there's a Yoruba Nation.
So what you are saying now, that there's nothing wrong in IPOB or IPOBian. You don't see anything wrong in
I don't see anything
in that
wrong.
organization.
Wrong with it, but I want some balance. I want some balance, because I want, when they're talking about Tinubu, to talk about, to also say that it's the Yoruba Nation people that are supporting him, Oduduwa people are supporting him. Then when it comes to
but the way you are reacting to it, you are insinuating as if he's making a derogatory connotation.
Yes, because
okay,
for example,
how is it derogatory?
Okay, let me just say one last thing. Those people in that when Peter Obi went today, he was addressing those people. There were people that were saying Obi. They were screaming his name. They were singing his song. If you ask one man now, he will tell you it's IPOBians that have infiltrated that place. Those people singing that song, they are all IPOBians. Even though we know that it's Northerners that were singing that song. One man here, if you ask him now, instantly he will tell you it's IPOBians. But if that was Tinubu they were singing his song for, he will say it's Yoruba Nation or Dudua. He will tell you it's the Northerners. It must be the Northerners. So this is where I want some balance from one man. I don't want it to be always balance from him.
So you want him to call Atiku. So you want him to call Atiku Boko Haram. That will satisfy you.
Yes.
So that will satisfy you.
And Tinubu
Yoruba Nation. So that will satisfy you.
Call Tinubu, Oduduwa, and Yoruba Nation.
All right. I don't think we'll get anywhere with this, but I think you've already made up your mind.
This is what I call Atamo Tamo.
Yes, it's
just playing Atamo Tamo.
It's a middle of nowhere thing.
I want balance. I want some balance. I want it to be fair. I'll let people talk.
I'm always fair if you take your time to discharge from sentiment. I'm always fair and I'm always balanced.
Never fair to people. Never. And I'll let some other people talk anyway. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. But stay with us just for as long as you can. Let's go on. Let's take the conversation to Patrick, who joined in the earlier session but has rejoined us now. A real excellent presentation in the earlier session, and I was hopeful that he will rejoin us, and he has done. So Patrick, to that clip that we played, the Committee of the Damned, a tiny little room. But in that tiny little room was Nigeria. Atiku, Tinubu, Kashim, Shettima, Okowa, and the usual hangers-on. Jagaban, Atiku, Jagaban, Atiku. Do you think these people were mocking us with that bad parking that we saw?
I don't think they were mocking.
Oh, no, we need you louder. We need you louder.
Okay, can you hear me?
Barely.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's still faint.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but it's somewhat at distanced.
Okay,
All right, let me come back to you. Maybe when I come back to you, you would have recalibrated somewhat. So let me take the conversation in the direction of Thomas. Let's have Thomas. So Thomas, to that question that I've just put to Patrick, your thoughts.
Oh, thank you. One man, you are doing a good job. Thank you so much. I will start with this. I think this section and this platform, maybe I will apologize before I say this. Maybe this platform is not really for all. Why did I say that? Nijalokon was too confront. Which English will I use? Very confrontational. What's English? I don't know.
Confrontational.
It
Confrontational.
was no. It was so confrontational. You one man, all the conversation you had with him, it's just like I'm not hearing anything because you guys are not really dialoguing. He has made his mind about this platform. He has made his mind about you. He has made his mind about all of us on this platform. To me, it's just he just came. Let me just leave that space because let me just keep quiet in that space. But
All right, yeah. So we don't want to labor it too much. And thankfully, Nijalokon is still here, but Nijalokon is not alone in that space. People listen with prejudice, and if they don't hear what aligns with their worldview, then they want to make attributions to color you in a particular manner. You know, I mean, I don't hate Peter Obi, but I think a lot of Ipobians are his supporters. And I don't think that in isolation, a lot of people are of that thought. And it's not even a thought, it's a knowledge. People know this. And you can't not really make the attribution that Boko Haram are the supporters of Atiku, but there's nothing in the space that suggests that. You can't make the attribution. I think Pakintoye, he hates somebody like Tinubu to the core of his being. You can't say Yoruba Nation really anything to do with Tinubu. Maybe they are, maybe they are not. But certainly you can see an Ipobian undercurrent in the Peter Obi space. Everybody can see that. So I'm not quite sure, but that's just that goes with the nature of this of these things we do. But to that video clip, Thomas, your thoughts.
Thank you, one man. Sometimes when I saw we Nigerians, the youth, fighting ourselves, cursing ourselves on the internet, keyboard warriors, I sometimes when I saw this kind of video, I normally shake my head for all of us, including me as well. That look at these people. They were shaking. They were in. I don't know how to say it. They don't even. They are just mocking us. They are doing it to our face. Are you telling me this is the same people that we are saying that they want to work against each other? Jagaban, Atiku, Jagaban, Atiku. You can see the atmosphere in that room. And we come here, we fight ourselves, we curse our father, we curse our mother because of all these useless politicians from Peter Obi to Atiku to Tinubu to all of them. And look at these people. They were dying and whining together. And we don't even say anything wrong in that. That let's pack all these fools, all these fool politicians to one side. Let's look for young people like Shore, like Adewale, like young people that has not mingled themselves with these bad politicians. We are not thinking in that direction. But when people point out a good discussion, it's just about insult. We fight ourselves, batch ourselves, call ourselves name, threaten ourselves. And you can see that room. One man, that room there, that is Nigeria right there. Your president come 2023 is in that room. I say this all the time on those platforms. PDP or APC will be your president come 2023. Atiku is there, Tinubu is there. So I would just employ all of us, no matter who you are supporting, no matter where you come from, no matter your tribe, no matter anything, just let's come together. Let's just leave all these politicians. They are all fools. I've said it again. They are all fools. They are just deceiving us. They are just deceiving us, woman. They are just deceiving us. They will go out there, instigate Nigerians to each other, and you saw them in their secret places, dining and whining. Can you imagine? One man, you said Atiku was the chairman in Buhari's daughter's wedding. Can you correlate between Buhari and Atiku? Atiku being a chairman in Buhari's daughter's wedding.
It was father of the day, and we are here fighting ourselves, bashing ourselves, calling ourselves out in the internet, cursing our family, cursing our father and mother. If you talk this, you are mad. If you talk that, you can't say anything. That is Nigeria right there in that room. And one of those persons in that room is that Tinubu Atiku will be your president come 2023. Nigerians, wake up, pack all these politicians behind. Let the youth wake up. Let's take our country back. Even though I don't like to use that word because I don't know who collects our country from us. We are still Nigerians. But let me just use that time, even though I don't like it. Let's take our country back. And I know I'm not seeing anything changing come 2023. Maybe we should work towards 2027. That is my submission. You are saying the Nigerian youth should wake up and take the country back. And you are saying that the president will come from at least one of the two main persons that we saw in that room, which is the sad truth of it. But where is the Nigerian youth? Where is the option? How can we escape from Atiku and Tinubu being the only options that we have in Nigeria? How can we escape that space? What do we have to do to escape from that space?
One man, to me, we need revolution. I'm not talking of bloody revolution that some people are shouting if their principle doesn't win. They are saying it's going to be bloody revolution. I'm not saying that. Political revolution, a proper political revolution. That maybe all the youth will just come out, or from the south, from the north, anywhere you are, and we will champion one youth, all of us, from the south, from the west, from the north, from the east, and champion one person that we know that can take us out of this mess that we are.
Thomas, you are speaking to the future. Speak to the past. It was a slow build-up to this 2023 elections. It wasn't as though people did not know it was coming. And the vast, overwhelming Nigerians are at that youth space. And that is the space that is asking for change. So in all of the time that they had to build up to this election, they couldn't find anybody that represented change outside of somebody like Sowore and Adewale. They couldn't find a realistic change agent. So do Nigerians actually want change, or do they just like the mantra chanting because it's just ofe and funky? Because if they wanted to change, they could take it easily, and they've had all of the opportunities to present somebody for that change. And out of all of that opportunity, you can only hear Sowore and Adewale. So that is to tell you that the change is not really, the country is not really desirous of that change. When you have in the realistic space Tinubu and Atiku, and then the agent for change are so distant and parochial like Sowore and Adewale, that then tells you then, it asks the question, is the space actually desirous of that change? do Nigerians actually, and Nigerians a ton of victims? Is this? I mean, do you understand what I mean?
Yes, I understand you. I just want you to land.
They've always wanted the change. They have this mass. They tell us how competent they are, and they cannot present anybody outside of Shore, who, as impressive as he is not realistic to the space, and Adewale, who is just some young man that stands alone. So that tells you then that the space is not ready for that change. So you have Shore and Adewale, and then versus Atiku and Tinubu. So you know then that the space is not desirous of change.
One man, until we park aside our selfishness, and I will repeat it, until we park aside our selfishness. One man, I was mad with myself the last election, which I thought Esekwesili as the bigger out there, the Femi Drotoye, the Fela Drotoye rather, they call one guy Tokpe fa something Showore
something, yeah.
Fasunwa, yes, Showore, Fela Drotoye, Mogalu. One man, until we form alliance. Everybody that want to come out as a youth, they are still selfish, self-centered. Me and I, me and I. Why can't Showore, Fela Drotoye, Tokpe Fashion, Mogalu come together? The last election, 2019. Why can't they come together and produce one person? But their selfish interest, I will repeat it again, their selfish interest, same with this same politician we are there, their selfish interest couldn't allow them to come together to pick a candidate. We claim that we are youth. They said we are 70% or 65%.
Even sorry, Thomas, but even within that space, is there strong enough a name that represents anything that anybody can coalesce behind? I don't think Fela Drotoye is the idea of anybody's president. Nobody sees anything in him, or this Tokwe, whatever his name is. Showore, you can see him somewhat as a vague possibility.
Yes, a little bit possibility.
But even amongst those names. So what I was looking for is a stellar name that has a good, strong record, either in governance or in the military, that has been through the wars, not a literal but a metaphoric wars, that's been through the wars several times, and has come good on the side of the people, so that we can so we don't have anybody that represents an escape route from Atiku and Tinubu, and this rather it disappoints me and it bothers me.
One man I was so angry with myself since we start this session. Tinubu, Atiku, Kwankwaso, Peter Obi, all those fools. I call them again. They are all fools. If we can't come together, one man, we know we can't do it in one election cycle. But if we keep the momentum, can you imagine all of them like that come together and pick like Showore or any of them? We will just go out there, even though we know we can't win, but we shake them a bit. They can know that these people are not playing. These people can overthrow us. The youth can take it back from all these old folks. So sometimes I wonder, when we are fighting ourselves, we're fighting ourselves here. So to me, it's sometimes I don't want.
Can you give me 3 known names that, in your opinion, represents rescue for Nigeria?
It's still youth or just a little bit in their 50s?
Well, so go as far as 60, so we still bracket that as youth. Yeah, but it's not even necessarily youth, but represents rescue.
Rescue. Yes. I will pick Soludo first. I don't know. It's as if I just like a magic wine that all of us just support that guy.
No, just give us the names. Yeah.
Name.
Yeah.
Soludo. Soludo. I would say Soludo number one. What's other name? Sowore is out there already. Let me just say Sowore number two. I can't even think of number three. Soludo. Let me sequence it again.
Yeah.
Soludo, Adeshina of the African, Adeshina, then Sowore. That is just three names that come to me. I don't know. That is just three names I can mention now.
Because just, and by the way, those are all southern names, but that just it's just that struggle, that rescue space. There are no talents that really shine through. So when people say, "Oh, why are you surrendered to Atiku and Tinubu?" Then tell me what other choice there is. Sowore is good in the ideals, but not really anything beyond that.
Sorry, one more. Can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, it's quite interesting that I think it's Thomas, the one that is just the person talking now.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting that I hear him talking about Soludo at the moment, but I've also heard this same Thomas say that he's a Yoruba man. And the reason why he's not ashamed, which I actually respect him for. I actually respect that. That the reason why he's supporting Tinubu is because he's Yoruba. So I'm just disagreeing with him that if Moralu was the candidate now, this Thomas, from how he spoke.
No, my brother, stay right there. Stay right. Stay right. Hold
on. I don't want us to kick off another fight, but
I'm basing it on what he said.
No, don't ascribe me to Tinubu. That's what I want to correct.
Forget
Never.
That. Don't worry about that.
No. One man, don't say.
Hold on. I don't want another rowdy space. Najalokon. What Thomas? There's no contradiction in what Thomas says. If Thomas is saying his preference is for a Yoruba person, so that's the one thing he has said. But he's also saying, in realistic terms, these are also possibilities. So he can prefer a Yoruba person for being Yoruba, and then also have admiration for somebody that is not Yoruba for reasons of their competence. It doesn't. There's no conflict there.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
All right. Back to you, Thomas. So Thomas, round up that space, and then I want to take you to El Rufai versus Peter Obi.
Oh, thank you so much. One man, I have to say this. People listening to us now, please. I am not Tinubu fan.
Oh God!
No.
We've had Joel take up another 40 minutes of all of this.
I know. I just want to address that. Yes, let me address it, please. One man, please. I beg you in the name of God. Don't ascribe me to Tinubu. I'm not Tinubu fan. I'm not supporting Tinubu. Please. Register it to your brain now, please. People have been accusing me of Tinubu. I'm not supporting Tinubu, please. So, one man, let's move up to other stuff. I don't want it to be rowdy, please.
All right. So go to the El Rufai versus Peter Obi space.
One man, I listened to the first section. To me, El Rufai, we can say. People are saying he doesn't know what he's saying, but you are not in his shoes when it happens, so you can't say that he's lying or it doesn't happen. So I don't know why people are saying, "Oh, he's lying, is that, is this." I could remember Obi said, mention something. He said, "If El Rufai is in your state as an observer, he has the right to move around, isn't it? He has the right to move around as a political observer or as a political agent." And the guy said they gave him house arrest. He couldn't move around, maybe for 2 days. We don't know what is right in that sense. I think Peter Obi has to come out and address that space so that we can put this Roku in between the two guys. We can put it to rest. But
can I interject again, please?
Come
yes.
in.
Oh, yes, you can come in. Yeah, of course.
Well, P2B has addressed that today again. The same thing I told you, P2B said the same thing today. He said it as well, that he was an ABGA member, that he as an ABGA member cannot instruct PDP government to send SSS. He actually responded to it today. If you listen to his address to the Arwa people, you hear it there again. That's why I was trying to share a video of this same man saying that SSS, that he had problem with SSS. That's why they kept him behind. But one man doesn't want to.
So Najaloko, let me ask you a question. When this thing happened, Peter Obi wasn't the governor of the state, or was he?
He was the governor of the state, but El-Rufai was then the deputy national secretary for APC. So he went down. He went down to Anambra State to go and for the election. So what happened was that the SSS from Abuja were sent to stop him and keep him in the hotel. So this had nothing to
hold on, Najaloko. I think Peter Obi was being somewhat disingenuous there. The state governor is the chief security officer of a state, and within each state there's a police command, and then there's a complement of security agencies, especially the DSS. Every state has DSS embedded within the state, and all of them report to the state governor regarding the security situation. And they do.
They don't.
No, they have security meetings every single week in every single state.
Hang on. The IG of police controls all the commissioner of police in the whole country.
That's because you are not listening. I didn't say just listen. The state commands, they have security meetings and take directions from the state governor.
I agree with that.
Their boss is the Inspector General of Police, of course, at the federal space. But the state police commissioners, the state DSS departments, they have security meetings every single week in every single state with the chief security officer of that state, which is the state governor, and the state governor coordinates their direction within that state. So if Peter Obi wanted to arrest El-Rufai, who was just a minor functionary in APC at that time, he could have simply ordered his arrest without referencing to Abuja or anywhere else, because he had the accoutrement to do that. So Peter Obi, as ever, disingenuous.
Can I ask you a question?
Go on.
Okay. You've just said that he has the right to do that, which
he has the power to do that.
He has the power. I agree with that. But do you also agree with the fact that their boss in Abuja can also send the same man to go and arrest El-Rufai? Do you also agree with that?
Well, yes, they can.
So it is now depends on who do you want to believe. Do you want to believe what Peter Obi said today, or do you want to believe that El-Rufai lied? It's up to you. Decide on who you want to believe and believe that person. That's fine. I'll stop now.
All right.
And to be fair to Obi, if that incident happened as claimed by what do you call it, El-Rufai, and he didn't say anything then against Obi, he didn't raise no eyebrow, he didn't say anything against him then, and now when Obi is contesting, you now say, "Oh, Obi detained me in 2014." I think we have to question his truthfulness in that regard. I don't want to believe what he's saying. I think he's just playing politics.
I think
it's just a dirty politics.
I think it might be believable, Ajan Lekoko, if you look at Peter Obi's role at that space in time. So not Peter Obi, but El-Rufai's role at that space in time. El-Rufai then is not the El-Rufai now. He was just a junior functionary in some little department within the APC. He wasn't a
not executive power. Yeah.
It was a deputy something or the other within the APC, and he went in that capacity. So I don't think he even had the voice to alarm at any level.
But what I'm
Yeah,
saying is that why didn't it raise alarm then that, oh, this is what the
Yeah,
governor
it
did
could
for
have,
me?
it could have, and it would not
Yeah,
have made.
it should point it to us. It should make reference to when he raised that eyebrow. If he didn't do that then, and he's just telling us now, I don't want to believe in totality. I don't want to
but
believe
Ajale
in
Koko,
yes.
let me say this. Najalokon said something earlier on. He said he has the video.
That's what I was saying.
Yes, yeah. Let me finish, my brother. He has the video then. It's not now. He has the video of then when Peter Obi addressed this issue. That means El-Rufai he would have raised the issue then. But maybe because he's not a governor, he's not a big functionary, he's not, I can still say it's not nothing then. He couldn't fight that battle or he couldn't say it out then. But now, now he has the power. He's a governor, he's in APC, he has everything to flesh it out now. So let's just not complete. I can't say Peter.
You have to remember that Peter Obi is notorious for abuse of power, especially abusing his powers over the DSS.
Okay, all right. Okay, bye.
No, we have proof. We have proof.
Why are you saying bye?
Hold on.
We are having conversation.
Hold on, settle down, Thomas. Hold on. So it's not even me saying it. Listen to this guy. Hold on. Hopefully, I think I may well have deleted it. But yeah, we do have proof. So listen.
While we continue to condemn SARS, we must also understand that the system may be complicit in it. Because in my own case, at a certain point, CSC James wife of Boko had to tell my lawyer, Professor Namu, that he's not the one holding me. That is the P2B's administration. So, in as much as they commit atrocities there, let us not isolate the whole.
So there it is. So Peter Obi is notorious for abusing his executive power. So that's going. And
one man, can I interject? One man.
Yeah, go on.
This issue we are talking about has been addressed by Obi in the past. El-Rufai made that same allegation, and someone said that El-Rufai was just nobody. El-Rufai has already been a minister for FCT prior to this. So El-Rufai has those influences. Came to Anambra State to do the Jagaban style of Baudillion van politics. And people in Anambra said no. We said no. And the thing there is this.
Peter Obi then arrested him, Abi.
No. Peter Obi, let me tell you one thing that happened, one man. I know that you guys might not listen, but let me just tell you one thing. Peter Obi was of ABGA. The people that were in government were in PDP. They were even more radical than any person or any party in the state. So it says that it is Peter Obi that ordered his arrest. It's just foolery. He's just trying to play to the gallery. And he knows it. And the idea that he will arrest Peter Obi because there's a barrack in his backyard, he cannot do it. He cannot do it. Let's look. Let's not take it because it is Peter Obi. If he can say that about Peter Obi, it means that he can say that about the Fashola. Let's try and read meaning into what these guys are saying. Does it mean that all of a sudden a governor can control a barrack? Is that what we are trying to say? So if you can control a barrack, why have you not used it to attack Boko Haram? But you can use it against Obi. Please, let us let us play this out and listen to the words of these people. If after hearing Atiku saying that they should not vote Yoruba and Igbo, and you still take these northerners by their word.
No, leave all of that now. Yeah, okay. So there, you don't have to do that every single time. But back to you, Thomas.
No, I'm here. Yeah. I don't believe both of them. I don't care about El-Rufai. I don't care about Peter Obi. But I know something transpire in between them. Who is lying? We don't know. Maybe Peter Obi is lying. We don't know. Maybe El-Rufai is lying. We don't know. But I've saw videos. I said videos of people complaining that people were extraordinary what is English? If you kill somebody without taking them to court,
extrajudicial
yes, extrajudicial killings in Anambra when Peter Obi was the governor. I saw video. I can go back to YouTube. I watch video of people saying
Peter Obi was notorious for abusing his executive power. Everybody knows that.
So I saw video of that saying they were not even arrested. People were taken down without taking them to court, without arresting them. I've saw video. Is it true? I don't know, but I've saw video in that manner, in that regard. So, man, let them fight. I don't care. They should fight each other. Even if Peter Obi go to Kaduna, they should arrest Peter Obi. If Erufai go to Anambra, Peter Obi should arrest. They should fight each other so that maybe someday God will make a way for the youth to become something in that country. I don't care. They can fight. They can beat each other. That's my submission, one man.
All right, brilliant. I have been warned to stay on script, says Tinubu. So this is Tinubu. This was actually in the middle of his delivery at that now Kaduna space where they all seem to be. So he says, I have been warned to stay on script, which is to suggest that his media handlers, they are fed up with this faux pas that he makes every time that he speaks. And they have warned him not to go and speak off the cuff or try to speak from the heart, but speak to what they have agreed as a position for the particular subject matter. So how do you then, so we're going to the space of Tinubu lacking articulation again, and how that is being handled. So what are you then making of the instructions from his handlers, Thomas?
I think that would be better, so that he will not be saying Agbado now. So again, so that people will not be mocking him. But one man, when people started talking about this slaughtering about Tinubu, I go back to YouTube. I watch some old videos of Tinubu. Tinubu has never been a good orator. He has never been a good orator. Never. Even when he was governor in Lagos State, he has never, for once, is somebody with a little bit speech, say something cogent that he wants to pass across, and that is it. He has never been an orator, one man. Even in his young age, when he was governor of Lagos, he has never. So don't expect him one miracle will happen now. I don't care about him. If he can talk jargons, even I'll be happy, so that Nigeria will vote against him. I even pray he should continue to make mistakes, because that is not kind of president that we want in that nation. We want somebody that can change things. But what do we have? We don't have anything. That is the same people we have on the ballot. So I think his handlers, I think it will be better for them to keep him out of social media. But is that what we need? No.
Do we not need somebody though that can speak off the cuff? Because a prepared speech is always an excellent speech, but a speech from the heart is always more sincere, because that gives you a real feel of who and what that person is.
Yes, so and Tinubu, and what is in their brain.
Yes. So Tinubu is prone to gaffes. Yes, we know that. And when he makes a gaffe, we know that it will be latched onto by the Labour Party space, and they'll make that usual hue and cry that they make of everything. We know that. But should that be sufficient enough for his handlers? Because you remember that what actually got Tinubu the ticket was Tinubu speaking from the heart, Emilokon, and that was really what pushed him. It wasn't any prepared script. It was exasperation, it was frustration, and it was visceral, and it was from the heart. And that was what got him the ticket. So
and in his mother's tongue.
Yeah. Okay, carry on.
No, finish.
Yeah. So that was what got him the ticket. So if that instinct could get him that big a prize, then maybe his handlers should concede that in the course of him making a from the heart of the cuff speech, he will make gaffes, because you have gone through history and you've already confirmed what is known, that he's never been an orator. But beyond that gaffe, people will be able to hear the substance of the man outside of a prepared speech. So what are you making then of his handlers wanting to restrict him from engaging from the heart? Is this something you would recommend or not?
My suggestion to them that they should just not to speak too much, because I think if it speak too much, that is where this problem normally occur. But one man, this is not what we need. We need a president that can speak, that can dialogue with us. Even though that is not speaking good English or being a good orator doesn't translate to a good presidency. Let's take that again. If you can speak grammar, you are a good orator, that doesn't translate to good governance. That doesn't translate to good person. But if they think that is what will help him, do I care about him? No. But for me, we need somebody that can speak. That is what people want. Because I can say that. That is what people want. Somebody that can talk to them, can relate with them, that can talk fluently, but really, is that what we want? It's what is in your brain that we want. It's not what you speak out. You can have good ideas, but you can't explain it to the nation. But you can have good idea, but that is what Nigeria wants, because we have same president now that don't even talk. They call him deaf and dumb, Baba go slow. So maybe that is what pushed Nigeria wants a president that can speak, that can maybe talk for 20 hours or talk for 5 hours. 20 hours is too much. It's just like the literal work. But somebody that can speak, like Adewale, I saw him speak for 4-5 hours. Does that translate to good presidency? I don't know. But maybe because the previous president that we have that kind of problem with him. That's why people are demanding that it should be somebody that can speak. But even speaking doesn't translate to good governance. It depends on what is your brain. It depends on your willingness. It depends on your political willingness to move the country forward. But if the youth, Nigerians said that is what they want, they have to give it to Nigeria. But I don't think Tinubu is somebody that can do that. Never.
Thomas.
He will.
Thomas.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Can I just interject a little bit?
Yeah, of course. Of course. Why not?
Thomas, see, my brother, like, when I was talking yesterday, that was, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, one man was always attacking me. Whenever I say speak from within, he said, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Today, I'm happy that he's addressing that. When it comes to Tinubu, the handlers of Tinubu are now telling him, stop speaking from within. And it's a political strategy. And there's no problem with that. My problem with that idea is that when you don't speak from within, there is no passion that resonates with that. It means that you are speaking not just what you are told to speak on, that probably you don't even know what you are given to speak on. Tinubu is going gaga. He's going cuckoo. Let's not romance it. Tinubu cannot stand an interview. That's the reason why we can see the reason why he's running away. Go and listen, Thomas, my brother. Go and listen to that interview he granted in Arewa. You will cry. It is not the Tinubu that we used to know. It is not that Tinubu that we used to know. This one, they are going to use it and they're going to use him and do poto poto. That is my point. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Thomas.
All right, Thomas, let me give you a flavor of where they said that. Where they said his handlers were asking him not to go off script.
Back and focus, because I've been warned to stay on script.
So that's it right there. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, back to you. I've not really watched the Tinubu presentation at the Arewa event fully, but that was just a 10-second flavor of it. But all this happening on that he speaks in a particular manner. I think we've been here already, but Thomas to his handler's recommendation.
Yes, Joel, thank you for your interjection. I will go and watch the full video. The one that I watched, they cut 5 minutes out of that video on TVC. That is what the one I watched. But I think the whole speech was maybe
How long was the one you watched?
just 5 minutes, and that was perfect. They cut it out.
And was
Yeah.
that Tinubu speaking?
Yes, it was perfect, eloquent, but the full video was.
So did you identify any of these things that
No. It's not on
all
this
right.
5 minutes that I watched, but I saw the full video. It was 56 minutes. I couldn't watch that one. I just watched the 5 minutes, and that one was very perfect. You speak eloquently. He spoke very well there. But the whole video, if we watch the whole video, people can digest what they are saying now. But on that 5 minutes that I watched from this speech, it was very good. That's why maybe I will watch it, then maybe we'll deliberate about it later. But I will advise his handlers. If he can't do that, they should take him out of speaking too much, or maybe they should just write the speech for him. But for me, one man, and you make mention of the Abeokuta one. He spoke in Yoruba dialect, and he spoke from his heart. That is what makes him to be the ticket for APC today. He wasn't reading that in the book. No. And it worked for him. That Emiloko something worked for him, even though some people don't like it today. But I will still say that Emiloko something is not a bad word to me, because all the presidency from the 18th president, the candidate that we have now, all of them, they are under that Emiloko. Peter Obi is under that Emiloko, because the Southeastern are shouting is for us now. So what is the meaning of Emiloko? Emiloko means it's my turn. Everybody is saying it's their turn. Atiku says it's his turn. Peter Obi says it's his turn. Kwakwaso says it's his turn. Are they all of them?
Said it's his turn. Don't say
no, please don't misquote the word.
Don't misquote.
Tinubu issue of Emiloko.
If you say the obedience are saying is our turn,
don't compare
I understand. But when you say P2B has basically verbally said is my turn, that is a lie, and you know it.
Maybe I mistake there, but there's nothing. Everybody on that ballot come 2023, their instinct is Emiloko. Let's take that. There's no equivocation about that. If it is not your turn, what are you? Why are you out for? Atiku is said is for me, even though we know it's not the right time for the North, because the North is still having it for 8 years. So what's the meaning? Emiloko means it's my turn. I want to be a president. There's nothing different from all of them. All of them are vying for the same office. They are under that word, Emiloko. So I don't know. I don't find that word offensive in any way. And I'm saying this. I'm not saying it because of it is Tinubu. I don't find that Emiloko as an offensive word. I don't know why people are taking that word for so very offensive. It is my turn. I want to be a president. It is my turn. So what I don't know. I don't know.
They are sharing the position, the presidential in Asoro. They are sharing within themselves. Emiloko. What does it mean by Emiloko?
What are you saying? What I don't know. One man, let's just move on. I don't want to. Yeah, one man, let's move on to another person. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
One man, please. Can you just come to me, please?
No, I'll come to you. I'll make that decision, Solomon. Thank you. But I'm going to Ajan Lekoko because I want Ajan Lekoko to respond. I want to give a flavor of just what Peter Obi, not Peter Obi. I want to give a flavor of what Tinubu presented at this Arewa event that seems to be generating all of this hoo-ha. So let me go. Let me just. I'll give you a quick flavor of it, but I haven't really watched it myself. So let's watch it together and see what the hue and cry is all about.
Some are nomadic, some are sedentary. What will I will respond to what will I do on an imaginary system. It's classified into two by me. Some are nomadic, some are sedentary. It's a matter of collaborating with states, nation building, give operational guidelines in the Constitution, and assign responsibility. But nowhere in the Constitution has it forbidden collaboration. Nowhere in the Constitution that I want to buy land from state government because they are the custodian, the trust of land is in their custody. Buy land, build houses, offer job to build schools, offer job to the elementary teachers, and extend the school feeding programs in collaboration with the state to those students. If only 1 hour or 2 hours of learning a day, you will improve their life. If you allow the elementary teacher an engagement like any other teacher engaged for vernacular, what we are learning from the Holy Book is Arabic language. Otherwise, there are many things we can do the same way, but differently. We will, with strong determination. You need to invest in the classroom. You need to have a clinic there. I've done it when I was short of teachers in Lagos. No one wants to go to the rural area. Then I build clinics for them. And I give them extra allowance as an incentive to do it. We can do it. Human mind.
Oh, all right, I'll pause that. So it is. I still have it in the space. We can listen to more of it, but I'll pause that. But Adanle Koko, do you identify from that clip what all these commentaries that we're hearing from Joel and others? Do you identify anything outside of how Tinubu normally speaks?
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Hey, it started slowly, but after that, he made his presentation very clearly on what he's going to do on education and marginal children. How he's going to, as a federal government, collaborate with the state so that Almajiri system, Almajiri children can be given education. He presented his position on how to get rid of Almajiri clearly there. So all these things that this guy is just saying.
I was expecting him to be falling off the stage the way Joel came in.
So this is Joel for you. You don't have to be worried about it.
If you say that he solved the problem of Almajiri from what you heard, then there's a problem. We have an entire problem.
What did you say? What did you say? What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Sorry, I said if you see the solution to the Almajiri from that clip that you just listened to, and you think that Tinubu was straightforward to the point without all those skirmishes around what he was saying, then we have a problem.
There is no problem anywhere. You are the one listening to him with the bias. No. You are biased.
You know when you came in, I was expecting him to be falling down on the stage the way you came in.
You are the one listening to him.
Is that not how Tinubu speaks?
Look, if you are listening to opposition candidate, to your own candidate with biased mind, if you are not objective, you don't open your mind to listen to them, this is the way you'll be acting on the international stage. You are just the way you are acting, what you said when you came and say it was like this man fumbled, he wumbled and fumbled. But this guy stated what he's going to do clearly. What are you talking about, Joel? I'm not his fan. I'm not Tinubu fan. But from what I said, it started slowly, like somebody that he doesn't know what he wants to say, but he picked up and he presented it clearly. What he's going to do on Almajiri. He even classified them into two groups, and what federal government is going to do in collaboration with the state to give these children education. He even talked about the feeding program for them and all. What are you talking? What is it that is not clear to you? Because you carry biased mind against.
But and that's the last time I'll pay attention to whatever you say, Joel. I'm not going to make the effort to go and dig up anything.
The same thing is said about Joel. The first interview granted by Arise New with Joel, this guy did very well. He performed very well. He presented his agenda before the nation. He told us what he's going to do. He answered all the questions clearly, and he showed us that he knows all the problems confronting that nation, and he has solutions to them. This is what this guy did in that interview. But you came and you said, "Oh, the worst. That this is the worst interview you ever listened."
You know, I was saying just yesterday to Joel that this space that they seem to be stuck in is one that they have to move from. Because then you have Tinubu with the Malams telling them how he's going to make their lives and the lives of their children better. And there you still are. In that space you've always been. His hand they shake, his leg they shake. You have to move from there because the train is moving on. But let's move the train on, Ajale Koko.
His hand no they shake again. I don't go London, come back.
But you know, it's just look at what Joe did. They cannot seem to move outside of that space where they just lumbering around this guy. We know he speaks in a slurred speech. We know that he speaks
one man,
in a
seriously,
voice. We know that
interview almost made me sleep.
Well, it may be boring to you, but you know, but certainly, even from the little snippet, look how Adane Koko expanded on what he heard. You know, but Adual is telling us that the guy they nearly rushed him to hospital. But
I mean, what Tinubu was saying is not all that can solve a Almajiri problem. He said, yeah, it's part of it. But Joel is saying that it's everything. That is not everything that will solve a Almajiri's problem. I mean, it's part of it. Yes, I understand.
Yeah, so it's a conversation, isn't it? He's proposing ideas, the space expands and the solution is found. So, but I don't know, man. But
I mean, what Joel doesn't know, and some of them that are obedient doesn't know, is that when they are, you know, when they continue to act like this, they will, you know, they market Obi and not market him better the way they're supposed to. Because people, when you came and said, oh, Tinubu performed very well. I mean, he performed very poorly. He did not do anything.
You will cry
and
if
then,
you see it.
Yes, and then now, one man showed that video, which is completely contrary to what you said. People will start to change your mind about the way you people try to the other candidate, and they will just lose interest in anything obedient or supporting your candidate, because
I mean, I'm sorry,
you promote him with too much lies.
Sorry, Ajale Koko, to just what you said. I'm not sure if you heard me say that was the last time I would go and dig up something when Joel comes and asks us to run for the hills. You know, because I was disappointed somewhat with what I saw and heard, which runs contrary. So, which is what they are saying, that when they do all these things, it only push, but carry on, you know.
One man, can I interject? Just a quick one, please.
Yeah, go on.
Because I was busy, so I could not really be open with what I wanted to say. Now, when you look at the presentation of Tinubu today,
right,
as regards to the Amajiri, right, he started slow. What we are trying to make you guys, what we are taking your attention to, was his presentation. It shows that Tinubu is incoherent. It shows that even with what and when we are talking about Tinubu, we always talk about Tinubu like APC is not part of it. Remember that this same APC and well, Tinubu and APC were the ones that destroyed the Amajiri schools that was built by Jonathan.
Sorry, are you going to the substance of what he said now? Because
even with the little thing he said, how can I believe him? How can I believe what even the little that he preferred? After so much more.
Joel, just look at your screen and look at what a northerner is saying is chatting on your screen right there.
I do not care what he's saying. If he was chanting well,
he knows the Amajiri. He knows that Amajiri system well, and he's telling you that this guy did very well. The way he presented the position, he showed a lot of understanding of the situation, and you know, and you are still. What is it, man?
Look. Let me tell you. It's just like. It's just
you
like
don't know anything about Amajeris. You don't know anything about Amajeris. Let me tell you, you don't know anything about Amajeris. Do you know anything about Amajeris?
You cannot tell me, because I was born in KANU, so you can't tell me anything about Amajeri. I will tell you what Amajeri means. So don't tell me, don't come at me like that. I was born in KANU State. I live in KANU.
It doesn't mean that you know anything about Amajeri, how to solve their problem. It doesn't mean that you can understand how to solve the problem of Amajiri.
You think that Amajiri is somewhere in this space? Go to the north, you see Amajiri. You see them even sometimes you wake up in the morning, you see one lying on your door. So stop telling me that I don't know about Amajiri. The issue there is that with the Amajiri system, the elite of the north has kept them, and that's what Obi told them today. That the elite of the north, tell them what it is. Do not want them to be educated.
The Tinubu said it's not going to. Is it not the same thing Tinubu said that it's going to give those children education? Did you see him referring? Did you see him referring to Holy Quran that it was just written in Arabic, that we can do better, we can do a lot of things in terms of education. But still, you are not satisfied.
No, the same thing Jonathan did. They were teaching them in Arabic. In Amajiri schools.
I don't know if you can hear me now. Is my phone clearer now?
We can hear you better now, Patrick. But just give us a moment. I'll come to you in 1 second. But I want to be clear on what you're saying, because you seem to be leaping from one position to another. Joe, you came in to tell us that Tinubu was so incoherent and he fumbled so much that you would weep. So we then went to bring up that video, and all we saw was Tinubu speaking in the manner that we have become accustomed to as a speech pattern.
No, you have become accustomed to, not me. You have become accustomed to.
You have your own pecuniary agenda, of course.
Well, it's okay, but I'm just telling you what I know about Tinubu, that this is not the Tinubu. That is the point I was making earlier on, that this is not the Tinubu that we used to know. And that's nothing wrong with it.
All right, but the Tinubu that somebody from the north, which is Jafar, the Tinubu that he is recognizing in that speech, he says he clearly demonstrated an understanding of the problem and formulated a solution, which in my view makes a lot of sense. So that is a northerner right there who is at the epicenter of what Tinubu was talking about, and he is showing an appreciation. Haven't understood what Tinubu said, that sounded like a plan. So I don't know, man. But this is back to Ajan Lekoko. We'll never. You have to move from that space, Joe. You must, because you are doing a disservice to the Obi movement. But Ajan Lekoko, what do I know?
Yeah, that's what he doesn't understand. He's doing the service to Obi, and that is not the way to market him. You don't have to go after people, opponents, but when people pick out some wrongdoing of your own candidate, you want to cover and you want to say, oh, it is allowed, it's okay. But others, you want to carry cutlass to cut them into pieces. Well, one man, I think he did well. He made his case. He presented his position, what he's going to do on a majority system, and I think he did very good. I'm not a Tinubu man, but the way he analyzed the solution to helping that, giving that education and the support is going to give to the system, particularly to the state and local government to achieve, giving them education, I think is commendable. He stated he showed that he have a good understanding of that problem and he has solution to them. That's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. And Ajale Koko, to that clip that we saw, Atiku. In the opening conversation, I was saying to Alexander Gomez that sadly, from that little room is the president of Nigeria and possibly the president that will succeed him. Do you agree with that statement, as unfortunate as it might sound?
Well, it's a statement of fact. One of those two guys, unfortunately, will be the president of that country, except if God doesn't want them to be president, if God doesn't want president for that country, maybe for something else to, some different arrangements to come in. But if not that, one of those two guys, they are the biggest party, the two biggest party in Nigeria, the two parties that have structure.
People don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
people don't like to hear that.
They don't need to hear if they don't want to hear, but that's a fact. They have the structure, they have all the wherewithal, and one of them will surely be. You see that chanting and saluting of each other and praising of each other in different street name, Jagaban, Atiku. If Obi is there too, so they will be chanting him. Obi Kerereke, they might even call it Obi Kerereke. What's going on? So they are friends, man. These guys are friends. They are just like us. If all of us on this platform, if we happen to meet somewhere, we'll be present. We say, hey, one man, what's going on? Say, Kulata, hola. So we know the way we play with each other, men. particularly in Nigeria, where we say,
Ajele Koko, how can you
yes.
how can you identify someone you never seen their face before?
What do you mean?
You said that when we see each other tomorrow, so I'm asking.
Coming
So how
after
can
you. It's coming after you, Ajale Koko.
No. What I'm saying. At least I will introduce myself to you now. What are you talking about? And then you
No,
go,
go ahead. I was not joking.
you go saba me. I go say, now you be this. See you, Jewel,
No, you go
trouble
identify
man,
me now because you see my
Wahala
face.
man, Wahala Jewel. I will call you Wahala Jewel. What is going on? So it's just, I mean, they are friends. They, just like you said, woman earlier, Buhari's daughter did his marriage some few months ago. Maybe his son. Atiku was the father of the day there. And so Jagaban, I've attended Atiku's son when he was wedding too. Atiku's son that married an American. Jagaban was there. All of them were there. So what are we talking about? This guy, our friend. You see Jagaban calling on him that, hey, come and step down for me now because I did favor for you. I surrender my party for you to contest for presidential position when Obasanjo kick you out of PDP. So do me a favor, step down for me. So they are all friends. So don't let us take this thing too high or too far against ourselves down here. Let us be friends as they are friends up there. Let us be friends to see how we can work together for our own good, for what is good for us. They know what is good for
I
them.
beg to differ. I mean, if you're in Nigeria and seeing the insecurity that is going on in Nigeria, how many people are dying? I mean, you can't come here and be saying that. I mean, I can't even condone when someone is supporting all these people that you know that is gonna ruin. I can't even condole it. If I see you outside, I'm telling you, I'm not gonna talk to you because you are part of the people killing people in Nigeria. I'm telling you this truth. I
So
don't
you
care
want
if
them
I
to
see you
start
Who am I
outside.
boxing each
supporting?
other?
I
So you
don't
want
know who
them to
you're
start boxing each
supporting,
other when they see
but
them in the airport?
no, I'm
But is that what we expect
saying
from them?
me personally, I don't care what they're doing. Me personally, because it is I'm emotional when it comes to this insecurity in Nigeria, the bad government in Nigeria. And now I see people supporting Atiku, I see people supporting Tinubu. I get to worry, like, are these people not seeing all those killings? I mean, is it not affecting them?
Des, do you want to extend that sentiment that you've just
I
expressed?
was
Hold on,
kidnapped
hold on.
on December. Hey, I was kidnapped on December, and people that don't have this insecurity happening to them are here just. I mean, they don't even experience it. They're just making all this. I'm telling you, if I see anybody supporting Atiku, I'm not even gonna talk to you. It's the fact, because I know these people have ruined me.
Oh, all right. So sorry about what happened to you, and I'll ask you about it in a moment. But the sentiment that you have just expressed, do you want to extend it to Peter Obi's visit with Sheikh Gumi?
What is his visit?
Peter Obi just visited Sheikh Gumi to seek his endorsement.
The negotiator of kidnappers.
I'm gonna extend it to everybody. I'm not sentiment when
No,
it comes
answer that
to.
question specifically. Answer that question
Because you are
specifically.
not going to speak to Ajahn Koko
I
because
just
he doesn't
answered it.
support what you believe in.
I just
So Peter
answered it.
Obi, yeah.
I just answered it. If P2B is going on and when he was shaking Atiku, I wasn't in support of that, because these people are the people that ruined this country. I mean, he's
But he
doing
just
it
shook
based on.
Gumi today. He just shook Gumi today.
I'm not supporting it. That is just the fact.
Are you
That is what I'm
then
telling.
so what you mean now that you are not supporting Obi?
It's not what I'm saying.
No, on that
No,
ground, not
but hold
agreement
on.
with that look.
Can everybody hold
It's
on?
not what I'm saying.
I only want to hear Desmond Ajahn Koko and my voice, just really so the place is not overcrowded. But you've just described a personal experience now, which is a harrowing experience, and that is what informs why you are so quite tensed up about the Nigerian political space. So I'm telling you now that the spokesperson for the bandits, Peter Obi, went to seek his endorsement. Is that sufficient enough for you to abandon your support of him, Desmond?
if he's going to seek endorsement, I mean, do we know exactly what he was talking to him about? That's
Well,
what you gotta know.
I've got some of it.
I want to know like what the conversation was.
Right.
I mean, we don't see people like they go inside a room and lock each other up and talk, and we come and say that they're seeking endorsement. No, that's not how it works.
So when it's visiting Sheikh Gumi, what is he doing? Just to be polite.
It doesn't. We don't.
What
don't
could
know.
be the reason?
It might be.
Candidate is going to visit
okay.
the
It might be.
cleric.
It might be because of this situation that Shegumi is the whatever on it's terrorist or whatever. He's trying to know as the upcoming president. He's trying to know how this man is has this influence with terrorists. He's probably doing his homework because Shegumi is not like Shegumi doesn't have a political. Shegumi really doesn't have a political what will I call it advantage. Who's not going to give him any political advantage? That's just a fact.
Do you know that Shegumi gave him conditions? Do you know that?
Where's the conditions?
Right.
I want you to show me all this stuff.
All right, stay there. I will show you. So this is Shegumi.
Okay.
Not Shegumi saying anything. I want P2B to come and say it. I mean, I don't want Shegumi
let me
coming
ask
to
him
say
a question.
something.
Let me ask him a question. So what you said earlier was that if anybody that praises these people or has nothing to do with them, anything to do with them, you won't even talk to that person. You just hate that person, right? Is that what you said earlier, right?
No, it's not what I'm saying.
Okay, rephrase. Okay, say it again.
What I said is anybody that is supporting. Do you understand me? That is supporting this bad government to come in. I'm not saying if he's talking to you or whatever. If you're in another hand supporting him, Shegumi is not running for presidency, so I don't care what is going on. But if Shegumi is supporting Atiku, or if Shegumi is
I'm more
supporting,
particular about your statement. The statement, I want you to repeat that statement you said earlier, that if anybody is supporting so person or some people, you don't want to have anything to do. You just hate that person. You don't want to hear from that. Okay, can you say it clearly again? I want to understand.
Listen again. If anybody, I'm not talking about the presidential candidates.
Yeah.
I'm talking about us outsiders.
Okay.
I'm not talking about Atiku going to see Obasanjo. I'm going to start hating Atiku. Atiku is the presidency. I'm talking about the people outside that's not competing for presidency. And now you're looking to find someone that is capable to solve this insecurity in Nigeria. And you're seeing all these options. And you know the bad ones and you know the good ones. Because of the insecurity hasn't affected you. You don't have any.
So who is capable of solving the insecurity?
One man, if you don't know that, I don't even know.
Say it
one
now.
man,
Why are you not bold to say it?
Who is capable of solving that?
One man. I love to think that everybody has.
No, it's a direct question now.
No, I know what you're asking me, but if you don't know that,
if I don't know,
who do you? One man, who do you think is capable of solving it? In your
And
own
you can't
conscious
answer
mind.
question with question now. Answer the question first.
It shows a lack of confidence in what you are saying.
No.
Because we had the
One
same
man.
thing with Nigerian
One man.
Ask you a direct question.
One man.
Don't run and hide now.
Okay. Let me state it. One man now.
Don't run now.
I'm not running. I'm here. Now you've seen a man that has the experience, that is capable, that has the humility, that you know that like you guys said, that comes out and pour out his heart without I'm getting there. You don't. This is a suspension. Like you don't have to just say out the word.
All right.
Did you get?
All
Now you see this man that you know that has no a criminal record, that has been clean, and which is the name of P2B, and I'm coming. So now you see this man, and you're still supporting these people that has this corrupt system on them that you know.
No, forget. Don't give us a long speech on your political views. You were telling us that the person that is able to solve the insecurity question, and we pushed you hard only for you to land on Peter Obi's name.
Of course, yeah.
So how is Peter Obi able to solve the
Now,
insecurity question?
if you go back, because in politics is not. Let me tell you the truth is that all this government can solve insecurity is not that hard. Life is not that hard. They can solve it. What matters is the political will. That is the main thing that matters, the political will. Now Buhari is beginning to solve it. Did you know? Don't you know that this thing could have been done a long time ago? It's because of this election that he's doing all this stuff, trying to conquer Boko Haram, all this releasing the people that have been kidnapped. He could have done this thing all a long time ago. It's because of he didn't want to do it. It's the political will to do that, and all the governors, all the political contestants can do this. There's nobody that can't solve insecurity. There is nobody. What matters the most is the political will to do it. That is the main thing. The people that we can trust that whatever they say, that's what they're gonna do.
One man, Ajaniko, can you continue, please? It's I don't know.
And that's the fact.
You see, yeah, it's just so disappointing sometimes when you hear
It's
these
not.
things.
It's not. I'm being truthful to you. I'm pouring out my heart to you. Now, Ajali Koko is talking about Shore. I have 3 trucks running in America. 3 trucks. 3 trucks, and every time I lose a driver, someone will come. I set it out there for someone to apply for work. What my minimum requirement is 2 years driving experience. All these people say that if you don't have a business, if you don't have something that you employ people, that is the people. I see people that say Shure. That is because they don't have something that they employ people on. That's why they make all this instant. You don't need experience. That is fucking bullshit. I'm telling you the fact.
Mind the language, please.
That is a no-no, because if you have a work that you employ people on, it's just maybe a reasonable businessman wouldn't even want to risk giving his work to anybody that's not it's not a I don't know how to put it. You can't just do that, because you're putting yourself in so much risk on running your business. It's the fact. It's just the truth. Ajali Koko, you can continue, please.
Before he continues, let me ask you one more question. Are you an Igbo man? Yes. Am I off here?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
So you can't hear me anymore. Look at this guy.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Yeah, are you an Igbo man?
I'm from Edo.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. Brilliant. So thank you. So Adale Koko, let me hold you to that space that Desmond was saying. Peter Obi's visit to Sheikh Gumi. So Sheikh Gumi has come out to speak on that space. Responding, Gumi described the visit by the presidential candidate and his running mate as a great honor. And then this is in quotation marks. So the next set of things that I'll read out to you, they are direct words from Sheikh Gumi. It says, as you come here today to Kaduna, people will like to hear your, sorry, can whoever that is, please mute yourself. Yes, it says, as you come here today, Kaduna, people would like to hear your views about restructuring Nigeria. Nigeria has been restructuring itself from independence till date. It has never been static, but I want to know about views on restructuring so that I can write on my Facebook page, this is the presidential candidate who can do this for me, and I will assure him of my vote, the Islamic cleric said. How are you going to deal with the issue of polarity and agitation across the country? Every region is agitating because people are not happy. How are you going to make these people, agitators, happy on that one table? You talked more about economy. The economy sometimes is more than the figures. How can you enrich and empower an unskilled and semi-literate population because when you talk about India and other places, the level of education there is high and they obey a command, but here, unskilled are the big population. What magic are you going to do to improve their economy? Also, more importantly, how does Nigeria behave with international community? It says also, more importantly, how does Nigeria behave with the international community? There is foreign interest in Nigeria because of the vast resources and vast landmass. Other foreign nations have an interest in Nigeria. How can you address this situation? Mr. Gumi asked. In his reaction, Mr. Obi commended the cleric for provoking the debate on restructuring and poverty, which he said he and his running mates have been discussing whilst coming to Kaduna. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party said restructuring is a constitutional issue, adding that everyone needs to be brought on board to discuss the way forward. So these are in quotation marks again. So these are Peter Obi's words now. In a democracy, consultations, dialogue, and consensus gives people the impetus and sense of belonging, and that is what is lacking. On the issue of agitation, I will dialogue with everybody and talk to everyone to understand their grievances, Obi said. According to the Labour Party presidential candidate, poverty is responsible for the grievances that abound the country. He added that neglect has made people open to criminality. He said, Nigeria is a blessed country. The greatest asset is the uncultivated land, which is found in the north. Nigerians are divided because of poverty, and the elite are conspiring to keep us divided. So those are the conditions given by Sheikh Gumi, and that was Peter Obi's response. So Sheikh Gumi is asking him to go back and bring him a commitment or otherwise, or a blueprint of his restructuring agenda, and is also asking him how he's going to shut Nnamdi Kanu down, and is also telling him that you go on about the economy, but how does that economy translate with an unskilled and semi-literate population? Because you draw all these parallels with all these great countries who are in a different space from you. So those are the questions that were put to Peter Obi, the homework that was tasked to the Anambra man, Ajande Koko.
Yeah, I think all the questions that this guy Gumi was asking were a legitimate question. He was just asking him, what are his plans? What are these? What was the roadmap to solving all the problems that are confronting us as a nation, or as a country, rather? So, and I think Obi, in the little way he answered that question, I think he did well too, by saying that yes, on the issue of agitation, he will consult with them, he will dialogue with them, and to have a full knowledge of what are their problems, and we try to see what we can do about them. And on the constitutional this thing, I think on the insecurity, I think he answered it quite well too, that poverty, as we know, constitute reason for the insecurity we have all over the place, and that he can see what he can do on making people productive, so that that can reduce poverty, and then consequently, solve that problem. So I think both men, they met and they have a very meaningful discussion with each other. And but the people, the obedient, you learn a lesson from this, and the lesson they have to learn is that it is not the best for them to condemn other people, call them all sort of names, people that you will call criminals, people that you call terrorists, but then your mentor is those we go and meet those people to seek for their support. This is what we have seen that Obi has done and continue to do. This is what we have seen about him.
Sorry, can you imagine somebody calling Atiku Boko Haram?
Oh, yeah.
What is the correlation?
So they call this guy, Gumi, is a terrorist. They are all of them here. They've been calling him in the past terrorist, but this is the terrorist. People you call terrorists, somebody you call terrorist is somebody that your mentor is now meeting. But now you are not condemning your mentor for meeting that person that you regarded as terrorist.
It will be unfair if you say that it's only our space that calls Bumi a terrorist. It is out there in the media. It is not just obedient. So stop making it like it's us that made those comments. No.
Is that what I'm doing? That is not what I'm doing.
No, that is what you just said. Now you just said that the obedience.
What I'm saying, I said, I'm talking about you obedient. I'm not talking about everybody this time. I know several Nigerians, many Nigerians call that guy terrorist. But you, particularly you guys, call this guy terrorist, but your leader is going to meet terrorists. You guys call Atiku several names. You have called him Luther, you call him, but your leader praises Atiku all the time, regarding him as my boss. He called him my boss when he went to his inauguration campaign to launch his campaign, and at the recent MBA conference in Lagos, he called him my boss in the open. Everybody saw it. But you guys will continue to call Atiku all these bad names.
Is he not his boss?
So
was it not one of his boss?
Wait. This is the defense. When your leader is acting contrary to what you people stand for, but you will never call your leader to stop it and be a person of his own and champion the cause on his own. He never, for once, condemned Atiku, his opposition. But he has several times condemned Tinubu. But he never condemned Atiku. So, look, this guy, as we have told you people,
Ajay, please, let's just have like, you're saying that he attacked Tinubu only.
Yeah.
In that aspect, I think fairly. Okay, you're right.
Has he go after Atiku before for once?
No. I agreed with you on that one. Now.
And what does that tell you?
But he gives Atiku subtle blow when he talks about connection. When you see Peter Obi talking about connection,
what connection you're talking about? What is that?
When you see Peter Obi talking about, whenever you see that, he will say, "I do not vote for me because it's my turn." You know that he's referring to Tinubu. When he say in that same vein, he will always say, "Do not vote for me because of connection." He's talking about Atiku. So he gives a subtle blow. That's what I'm talking about. But I can see where you're coming from. That he has come hard on Tinubu, way hard on Tinubu than on Atiku. So I get that.
It never for once come after Atiku. We don't know. So, but what I'm saying in essence here is that this guy is one of the status quo. There's nothing he can do different. He cannot do anything different from these people. These are his people. All these people are his political allies. If this guy is forming government today, all the faces you're going to see in his government are all these politicians that have been his friend for years. All the deal, all these people is meeting here and there, it's writing deal. And he will surely strike deal to the advantage of those people, of the cabal, and to your disadvantage. Well, that is what you guys don't understand. It's one of the it's one of these status quo. He cannot do anything different, and that's why we are telling you guys. You just mellow it down. Don't carry this guy as if he can do anything different from all these people. No, he has shown it completely that I am part of them. He desperately looked for Kwankwaso to be his vice president. That did not work. He desperately looked for Shagari in Sokoto to be his vice president, begging all the names that matter in the north to be his vice president. He couldn't see any one of them. So these are his base. These are the people he knows. These are his political ally, and not you people. So you have to get it right. Let us as people get it right and not fight each other. Get it right that these people, they are the same people.
Please.
Yes.
Ajale Koko, please. Can you attribute its support now to a tribal support? With all these indications, I will mention 3. This guy visits Babangida, no condemnation. Gumi, no condemnation. Atiku is there. Obedience are batching Atiku, calling him thief, looter. This guy never condemned him. So what are we at? What is going on here? I don't know. I don't know. That means it's purely tribal support, which I don't have anything against it. I don't know. There is nothing out there show that it's a new something. It's still the same problem we want to run away from.
Thomas,
I just want you to address that, please.
Thomas, he is just different from those people. Let's just stop modeling Obi's name with that of Atiku and Jagaban. Peter Obi is different. His antecedent shows it. All these people you guys are saying that he meets, these are Nigerians. You cannot just rule in isolation. He must meet the likes of Sheikh Gumi. Whatever you see Peter Obi say, whatever
Is he going to abandon them when he becomes president? Is he going to abandon Atiku, Obasanjo, Sheikh Gumi, Babangida, all of these people, Abdul Salami, all of these people whose endorsement he has been going round to seek? Is he going to abandon them when he becomes president?
When you say abandon, I don't understand what you mean, because Peter Obi is coming to work for Nigerians. I don't understand where this issue of who is going to abandon or who. Is he going there to be the president of IBB, OBJ, and all these folks? These are part and parcel of the Nigerian system, whether we like it or not. Look,
but those are the public faces. No, hold on. Don't give us the usual whatever. Those are the public faces of the things that afflict the country. Those names are the destruction of the country right there. Babangida, Abdul Salami, Sheikh Gumi, Obasanjo, some people would say. So those are the destruction. Those spaces, those names, those sort of beings, their philosophy and outlook and their style is what the country wants to turn a complete back on and run away from. So if he's seeking their endorsement, and those names have vested interest, which are personal to them and for their own enrichment to the detriment of the people. So is Peter Obi, when he becomes president, going to abandon them and then go against their interest?
One man, thank you very much for that question, but I am going to be brief with this. He is not going to, Peter Obi is not going there to be the president of these people. I have told you this, one man. Peter Obi must meet these people. Peter Obi, look, Peter Obi has to be like a transitional government per se. He is not too deep into the status quo, right? Then he is not too far from us, the people. Then with a Peter Obi, we can say now, okay,
But
we
that's
can.
not the question I'm asking you now. You're not addressing the question.
I am addressing your question.
No, you're not. Because, so let me be clear. Maybe it's
I
the
am,
way I said it. I'm saying these people have vested interest in the Nigerian state, and their vested interest is anti-people. So if Peter Obi, who has been going round to all of these people seeking his seeking their endorsement, if he becomes president, is he going to go against the pecuniary interest of these people, which is anti the Nigerian population?
and one man, when you say they are they have they're anti-Nigerians. I don't understand what you mean that they're anti-Nigerians.
You
These
don't
are
understand
Nigerians.
how
Hold on, let me
Babangida is
please,
anti-Nigerian.
please. These are guys that have been in power. In the last time they've been in power, it's like the list amongst all of them is like almost 20 years now or 16 years, right? So my point is, in this matter, it is what I'm trying to make you understand. We know where and the role these guys play in bringing in or ushering in whoever that becomes the president. They are still part and parcel of Nigeria. But with someone like Obi, we're not going to go from Ali Buhari to a Showore. It is not going to happen. And that is what we were talking this morning when the party guy
is the Obi narrative not the people versus the establishment?
It is still the people. That's what I'm saying. But the thing there is that you can before a Showore would become a president
So
in
the
Nigeria.
people versus leave Showore alone now, please.
Allow me. I am
if you can't you are not addressing any, stick within the parameters of the conversation.
I am addressing this issue.
Don't do you can't steamroll.
You are going to need a revolution. Allow me to learn.
All right, forget it. If you are incapable of holding these conversations, then
I am just telling you something. One man, allow me to
ask you a question. Can you listen? If I ask you a question, I'm inviting you to stay within the parameters of what we're talking about. Don't go on a flight of fancy and do kumbaya. What I'm asking you is that if Peter Obi becomes president, because the narrative of Peter Obi is the people versus the establishment. This is where you're trying to paint him. So nobody represents the establishment more than the names that he is going to seek their endorsement. So how is he going to go against that establishment interest, having sought their endorsement before he becomes president? So stay within the parameters of that question.
And I am telling you, one man, that the effect of these people on our economy or our economic growth is less than 10% or 5%.
All right.
The problem we have in Nigeria is not about the colonizer or the past leaders that we have. The problem we have is that whenever someone gets into that seat, they tend to cater to the needs of those people around them. That is the point I'm trying to make. It is like he doesn't not need to cut off IBB. He does not need to cut off OBJ. But he can still work for the Nigerian people without recourse to carry or using them as an excuse not to perform. If they help you get into there, you go in there and you perform. That is my point. The people around you are the reason or are going to determine if you're going to go up or you're going to go down. Look at what's happening to Buhari. It is clear, even from the ASU strike, the people around him, who are those around him? The Ingigays. What have they achieved? Why being around Buhari?
But Joel, my brother, what one man is asking you, let me rephrase it again.
I've answered the question.
Is that,
I've answered the question.
Yeah. No, you
it's
haven't. Please, my brother, please. Let's have a conversation. What one man is telling you, these people Peter Obi is going to meet. Do you know they will give him their own bid? Do you agree with that?
What kind of bid? You know, we make this assumption.
What they want.
Nah. Look, I think we've gone past this kind of discussion. I just told you.
That's all right.
What.
That's all right.
All right. Back to Ajale Koko.
Be clear.
Yeah, this is.
Did you hear all that? Did you hear all that?
I heard it. I heard it. They say everything about Obi is okay, but with other people, it's not okay. That is just what we can hear from Joel. So if anything will be done wrong, it's okay. But others, no, others should be condemned. And we have said it. If you are demarketing him, you are not marketing him well. So, but it's okay if that's the way. Look, I don't know if anybody have seen this young guy, the presidential candidate of Accord Party. This an Igbo guy is 39 years old. He's another brilliant guy. He's a very brilliant guy.
Ajale Koko, the presidential candidate for Accord Party is not an Igbo man.
It's not
Imune. He's not an Igbo man.
Imune. Is it Imune? Maybe
Imumule.
He's not an Igbo man. He's an Asian man, a Benin man.
He's an Asian. Oh, okay. I thought it's from the east. It's another brilliant guy too. Yeah. So all these young, brilliant people of vision of this a computer age that we found ourselves. Those are the ones that we should be championing. But here we are. We want to be fighting over.
Can I ask you one question, please? Can I ask one
question?
Because one man seems to always cut me off because if he wants me to, answer the question that the way he wants to listen. I
want you to stay within the parameters of the topic. You always go on a flight of fancy.
No, but if we are cerebral, sometimes you use events, you use situations to explain issues, and that is what I try to do. What I was trying to make you understand then was this guy you're talking, the Imulem you're talking about. I'm listening to the guy, brilliant guy. Sorry, let's take from there. Ajale Koko, I'm asking you this question: do you think that in this present Nigeria, that both these people you mentioned can take power via the ballots?
Yeah, they could take power if me and you and every one of us give them the support. Every one of us that believe hold on, man. This is not a matter of realistic. This is a matter of action. When you people fail to take the right action that can change event in your country, you want to blame others that it's the Nigerian that it's not possible in Nigeria. But you guys are not doing the right thing. You are supporting, you are cherry picking among this cabal and the criminals that have destroyed have destroyed their country. What are you telling me? What are you trying to sell about Obi? Obi that close that civil servant, the water corporation people that are asking for their pension, are asking for better rates, that it didn't do anything for them, and they have to be on strike for over a year during his own time in office. The medical workers in the medical the medical workers in Anambra State were on strike for over 11 months during his time. About 13 months. You want to tell me that he's responsible leader? What is wrong with you Nigerians, man?
And I will tell
or
you.
Is it because you are just desperate? You are looking for somebody from Igbo land to be president, and that's why you are blindly supporting this guy.
That is the problem. That is what is also blinding.
No, that is
it. Blinding. That is what is blinding.
You guys are blindly supporting one of the criminals in your country. Do you know how many people died as a result of that strike in Anambra State? People that of the water corporation that were on strike, people that were supposed to pay their pension. Do you know how many of them that died during that period when they were not paid? Do you know how many of those people, how many pensioners that died during that period when they refused to pay them?
It will not fly.
I'm asking you a question. Do you know how many people died in Anambra State when medical workers are on strike for about 13 months? Do you know how many people died in Anambra State?
How many people died?
For his irresponsibility.
How many people died?
Person that cannot solve, you know, the real problem of confronting the people.
You want to champion him. You're not making no sense.
Oh, okay. That is
government
it.
Government is about negotiation.
And for people and for medical workers, he allowed medical workers. He allowed the hospital, government hospital, to be closed down for 13 months. And you are championing. And you are championing him.
It's like that's the only hospital in Anambra State.
What are you talking about?
A part of a group said that we wanted this, and they were negotiating. Remember, Anambra State was in a dire strait before Obi came into power. Anambra State was in shambles. So you cannot compare Obi to
what is shambles. We are talking of responsibility. We are talking
about somebody trying to come in and build a process. Obi came in and was trying to build a process. So building a process.
Which process? Process that make people were on strike. Medical, the doctors, everybody, all the medical workers were on strike for 13 months. Do you know how many people that died as a result of that strike?
Ajanle Koko, you know that water board space that he held down their salary. Do you know that they've only been able to get a verdict under Soludo now? So even through that Obiano phase, with the damage that Obi did, they were not able to recover. It was just now under Soludo. And it wasn't especially that Soludo did anything, but they got a court judgment that forced they were saying just accounts of the people that died because they didn't like the funds to support themselves. Because we went, I'm not sure if you recall, we touched on that space a few months ago, and it was quite harrowing, quite harrowing.
Yes, and now the state government have to pay more than what those people are demanding for. Which resourcefulness have you seen in that man that you are championing to be president of Nigeria? Tell me the resourcefulness you see there. When the Anambra State, we have to pay times 3 of what they are paying, what they are demanding for back then. They got to pay times 3 of that now. What kind of leadership is that?
Look, let me tell you, there was no water board working. The problem with you is that you don't really know a space and you're just out there ranting.
All right.
There was nothing.
You never lived in Anambra before. You never even lived there before. Yet you are from Anambra. Do you live there? No. Is it not between KANU and Lagos that you live? What are you talking about? No, how are you different from me that live all my life in Lagos?
Again now, I lived in Imo State.
You don't even live in Anambra. You never lived there before. And you want to be talking of Anambra as if you know what is going on there. We are telling you what we know about.
You're talking about my state. You're talking about my state.
State, you never lived there. Yes, it's your state of origin, but you don't live there. You don't know how. You don't know what's going on there.
Oh my goodness, what are you talking about? I go to Anambra State. Anytime I come back to Nigeria, anytime I'm in Nigeria, I visit Anambra State at least 2-3 times a month.
Now you are changing. What you said last time, you said when you travel this time, you said you are not going to go to the east. You said you are going to stay in Lagos.
Yes, because of the kidnapping going on in Anambra State, and rightfully so. Right, but before now, I do go to my state. And even now,
let us be objective. You see some of these leaders. I know you love Obi. It is not everything that he has done right during his time of office. He did a lot of things wrong too, and this is what we are telling you about the people of the water corporation in the state, about the health workers too. Look, any government under should not at any time allow workers to go on strike. It is an act of irresponsibility when workers go on strike in your state. It is an act of irresponsibility of any leader.
Especially key workers like doctors.
Like doctors. It is an act of irresponsibility because before they go on strike, they give notice for months. They will put forward their proposal, what they want, and government, a responsible government must be able to sit them down and then negotiate and strike a deal with them and never allow them to go on strike, particularly workers, the medical workers, teachers, and sanitary workers. You must not let them go on strike. Under no circumstances you must allow them to go on strike. You must be able, a responsible leader government must be able to strike deal with them and prevent strikes. This is what your man did. He allowed them to go on strike for several years, and during that strike, he didn't pay them, and which is against the law. He did not pay them. It's against the labor law. Many of these people died during that period. And then you want to come here and be championing him as if he is the best of the best option for us. You guys should just go and sit down, man. It's one of those criminals, and he should be condemned.
You always have to understand. You always have to understand what were the terms of negotiation. If you do not want to listen to that and you just want to sit there and just keep pointing at the government, then you might be missing it. And that is the point. For everybody that
so he lacked that leadership skill. So your man lacked that leadership skill. Hold on. So he lacked that leadership skill to negotiate with the workers, or it didn't. It just don't want to. It didn't just show any concern about it. It didn't just care about the life of the worker.
All right, we're losing you, Joel, and maybe thankfully so. But Adale Koko, round up that space, and then I want to go on to Solomon, who is in Nigeria. So Adale Koko, back to you.
So Gumi asked him some valid and legitimate question concerning. All he was just asking for, what are your plans? We have not seen your plan. Present your plan before us. We want to know what you have for us, what you have for all the problems confronting us in that country, and the key problem regarding restructuring, regarding poverty, regarding every problem. So that is what that man was asking for. But Obi did good in answering some of those questions well, that, what he will do, to tackle the problem when it gets there. So, but to the obedient, they have to be mindful of running their mouth against people that does not support their candidate, running their mouth against several people that they will condemn as bad people, but only for their own leader, Obi, to go and meet with those people and be negotiating with them and be begging them for support. So they need to be matured and learn the game of politics. A lot of them doesn't know how politics is played. They don't know about it. They should learn it so that they can know how to treat other people, well, so that when it's time for them to support your candidate, there won't be any cause to say, oh, this is a candidate that have toxic supporters. We don't want to deal with them. So don't be acting too toxic. To champion your candidate. It's not going to help him. It's going to demarket him, and it's not good for him. So that's my take on that, woman.
Brilliant, well put. Always well put by Adale Koko. So let me go from here, Adale Koko, to Solomon, who hopefully is still with us. Solomon, are you still there? Okay, I think we may well have lost Solomon. So apologies, Solomon. Just for the benefit of the space, because people come in and then they wait around for a while. What I try to do is I try to go to people that keep the conversation at that point in time at its strongest. It's only because I know the space and I know the people that come out. That's not to say everybody is not a strong voice, but at any particular point in the conversation, due to the antecedents of their commentary, you know which voice keeps the flow of the conversation and keeps it high. So that's how I make the decision on how to flow on the screen. So thank you. So let me go on then from Ajanle Koko, and let me take the conversation in the direction of Saki Fada. So Saki Fada, are you there? Saki Fada.
Yes, one more.
Oh, brilliant. So always a delight. Saki Fada joins us again. So Saki Fada to it. We can't seem to escape your man, but let's escape him for a moment, only to reflect on this chance.
Yeah. Before you start, I got a very bad news.
Right.
In the last 10 minutes.
Right.
The Labour Party chairman of Kaduna State.
Yeah.
After the program, he went to airport to drop P2B and Dati Baba Ahmed to the airport. Then, on coming back, he had a very serious accident and he lost his life.
Wow.
So he just died. That is what I saw on Twitter. They are saying it now. So in the last 10 minutes, it was really quite a very sad news, So the man just lost his life in a fatal accident. So.
Wow. Right. Well, that's bad news. For all of the disagreement of politics, the one thing you don't want is anybody losing their life. So that's bad news. So let's go to that space.
Can we observe 1 minute silence in 1 minute?
All right, we could do that since you've suggested it, and then we'll come to it. So we have a 1 minute silence clip. So let's play that. All right, may so rest in peace. As we're observing the 1 minute silence, somebody was munching his way through. So was it Peter Hassan? Is that, yeah?
One man, please. Let me.
I don't know his name, but I just saw it.
Let me just use this moment and say thank you to Angelica. That was very thoughtful of you. I felt that, and on the one man show, thank you too for observing, heeding to the call to observe the 1 minute silence. May the soul of the man rest in peace. Very unfortunate. We all come out here to just do this because we care for this country. But wishing death on anybody is totally out of it. So I want to thank you all and wish him, may God grant him rest in his bosom. Thank you.
Amen to that. In Yoruba land, we say Anja Beka Kuko. So even if we are fighting, it's not really to wish the death, but may so rest in peace. Of course, there's a human person behind the story of all of these names. We see them as abstract names, but there's a human person. So behind that is a wife, and behind that are children and extended family, all of who are impacted on. And in what he was on national duty when he lost his life, on national duty. So we have to recognize that. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, Asaki Fada. But it seems almost tepid now to go back to something as mundane as Tinubu and Atiku.
Can I suggest to one man to all our people at the commentary section, if you don't mind, you can just chat. May the soul of Labour Party chairman, Kaduna chapter, rest in peace. So we just want to show to the world that we love each other. We don't wish anybody's dead. Please, let's do that so that we can have it in record. That on one man went to more. Yes, we did something, to observe, the demise of that great man. May God bless his family.
All right, we'll certainly welcome that. Even as we speak, I'm scouring the news spaces to see if it's been reported in any way. But it looks as though it may well be breaking news because it's not yet been captured in the news feeds. But back to you, Sir.
I just saw it on Twitter in the last 10 minutes. People are just talking about it.
So to that clip, I wonder if you saw it. Tinubu and Atiku chanced meeting at Kaduna Airport, and joshing and back partying Jagaban Atiku. How you see your friend from old. I say, "Are you eh?" I say, "Ah, my guy." So that was what was going on in Kaduna airport. So what are you then making then of this Luther's
Actually,
convention that happened by chance?
yeah, actually, these politicians, they are friends, they are friends, but we, the masses, we normally see them differently, as if they are enemies. In politics, they might be doing all these their political oppositions, but when it comes to real life, they are they are very good friends. They talk like normal human beings. They are normal human beings. They are not from the air. So I'm not surprised when I see them chanting and laughing and romancing, talking to each other. So they are just human beings. They are friends. The only thing is that in politics they belong to different parties, and everybody is guided by like everybody wants to take up power. I think it was one man, Alexander Pope, who defined politics as the madness of many for the benefit of the few. Alexander Pope. So I think in politics, they just do all these their shenanigans, and anybody that wins at the end of the day. So they are just friends. They are human beings.
We are pawns in a game that is bigger than us. That's
Yes,
what
yes.
it
The
is.
only thing is that the only thing is that we, the masses, we are taking Panadol for the headache. Sort of. We are taking Panadol for their headache. So we think differently the way they think. So here we are even ready to punch at ourselves here just because of those politicians that
You also agree that Obi is inclusive?
is it?
No, don't worry. What I was going to add, Saki Fada, is that there's this received wisdom that after an electioneering campaign, whoever wins that position, he finds a way to refund the loser his expenses for that election in Nigeria.
Um, I don't know, but I don't know whether they refund actually, but I think this Professor Moralo said something striking sometime. He said that it is high time for government to start funding political parties instead of individuals, so that everybody will be on equal playing ground. Somebody like Showore, who is a very good candidate, but he might not have money, and because he doesn't have money, it will limit the chances of competing with the big wigs. Somebody like Adewale, the guy from this Yoruba guy, he might
SDP.
not, yeah, he might not have money, so money limits him to compete with all these big wigs. That if there is a way the government can, because politics is a very important sector, in the social, economic, and every other aspect of human beings. Because a lot of part of your life is controlled by, is like somehow influenced by politicians. So that he's recommended that maybe the states, that is the way it is done in some other parts of the world. States actually fund candidates, because you encourage them to come out and participate in politics and compete on equal footing, so that the person will not say maybe Tinubu has the money and that is why he's able to control the whole narrative more than him. So you give all these upcoming people equal opportunities to have the strength to compete on the grounds. But as for issue of maybe finding a way to compensate, I don't know how. I don't know the way it happens. I don't know. But possibly.
All right. There's a lot of people that speculate to that. But let me take you from that space, Saki Fada, to a space that I'm sure you're more familiar with, the Peter Obi space. And his visits to Sheikh Gumi has been generating a lot of controversy.
Yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah. Actually,
Let me build it up for you. Sheikh Gumi, he visited the Sheikh Gumi, which is counterintuitive to the narrative of the people versus the establishment and this new broom in Amanzu that's coming to sweep up the place, which is the narrative of Peter Obi. So it's counterintuitive of the space, but then we've seen instances of them or of him acting contrary to the glow that is our supporters place on him. But Sheikh Gumi gave him a list of demands, asking him to go and present him a blueprint of his idea on restructuring and how he's going to shut Nnamdi Kanu down. So, what first is your take on him visiting Sheikh Gumi and then the homework that the terrorist negotiator has tasked the man from
anyway,
Anambra?
when I woke up, I saw a tweet, from Peter Obi, that because I do get notifications from him. So I saw a tweet from him that he had a stop by with Nati Baba Ahmed to this guy in Kaduna. My first reaction.
No, Sheikh Gumi, you can say his name. Yeah, Sheikh Gumi.
Yeah. Sheikh Gumi in Kaduna. So he has the way he tweeted it, that he and Natia Ababa Ahmed had a stop by in Sheikh Gumi's residence in Kaduna, a brief stop by, something like that. So my initial reaction was, hi, is this not a mistake? Why would people
You
do this?
immediately thought of one man, Abi. You say one
No,
man
no,
will feast on this, oh,
no,
eh?
no. I didn't think about one man. I
Say
just
one man go yab me tire today.
no.
One man and those Yoruba people go talk really too.
I didn't think about one man. So what I said is, hey, if I were Peter Obi, I wouldn't visit. I wouldn't visit. I'm not saying that the man is a terrorist or not. I don't know what people talk about him. Me, I'm not saying he's a terrorist. But I said if I were Peter Obi, I wouldn't visit. Why would Peter Obi visit Sheikh Gumi? That this might generate a lot of controversies. So shortly after some time, I entered Twitter again. I just tried to see reactions from different people. So many people were like saying, yeah, that Sheikh Gumi want some Muslims, some Northerners, like Muslims, in that Twitter, that are obedient. Those Northerners, some of them that are obedient. So they were saying that this person is a very important religious leader, sort of, in Kaduna or Northern region. That Peter Obi meeting him is a good political strategy to win the soul of the North, something like that. That it will change the narrative that Peter Obi is only going to Christians, something like that. So that is what they tweeted. But in my own view, the first time I saw that, my reaction was, if I were Peter Obi, I wouldn't visit, because of the perceptions of maybe people. That if I were him, I wouldn't visit, But I now entered letter to see.
Is it fair to say that Peter Obi is politicking in the traditional manner that politics is played in Nigeria?
The only thing I have seen that he tried to bring into politics is issue-based conversation. That's the only thing I have seen. But apart from that, I think he's still a politician. He wants votes from all nook and crannies of Nigeria. And again, some other person, like some other northern said, now if Peter Obi had come to KANU for this interactive session and didn't meet religious leaders like Sheikh Gumi, that it wouldn't be a nice thing for him to have ignored somebody like that. some northerners were commenting. So I read tweets. I go to Twitter. I see their comments. So my important thing is to see what that visit, to see the kind of traffic it generated on social media. That was why I visited that. But me as a person, my initial reaction was that if I'm the one, I wouldn't like that. I think it's gonna be controversial. I wouldn't go into those controversies. That's my own take and my own initial reactions.
All right, thank you. And let me give you this headline. I have been warned to stay on script. This is Bola Tinubu speaking, and he's speaking in Kaduna, where he went to interact with the Arewa group when they were asking candidates to come and tell them what they're going to do. So he said, in fact, I have a clip of it. So let me play a clip of it, both for you and really for the benefit of the platform. So it's always infinitely better when you hear it from the horse's mouth.
Back on focus, because I've been warned to stay on script.
All right, thank you.
Anyway.
So really where I was taking you to is he was saying back on focus because I have been warned to stay on script. But then he then opened up that space that obviously every politician comes prepped for every interaction with an audience, and he no different. So his handlers, of course, they've prepped him with what to say and how to say it. But then what they went on further to do, because politicians also, politics is all about sincerity. That is the one selling point of politics. And politicians want to come across as being sincere. And being sincere is not to sound too scripted. So they'll go with the script, and then in the course of their interaction, they'll deviate from the screen. In some instances, some will even unbutton their jacket in order to let you know that they are being loose and free. But then his handlers are asking him just to stay strictly on script, because every time that Tinubu tries to speak off the cuff, is prone to gaffes, and that gaffe is usually picked up by the obedient space, who then go to town and make all the hoo-ha that they are best known for. So they are warning him to stay, they are admonishing him to stay on script. But the question really is, should Tinubu stay on script, or should he go off script, gaff and all? So let them pick on that he said, from bad to worse or something, if that is what labels that space. But people that are interested in how his mind actually works and how he intuitively is going to guide the country, it's really him speaking off the cuff, what's and all, that really gives you a good feel of who the man is and what he has to offer. So the question, Asake Fada, should Tinubu stay to himself, or should he yield to his handlers that are asking him to be conscious of the Ipobians?
Well, as a presidential candidate, there are two kinds of presentations. There is a difference between question and answer kind of session. And there is quite different from when you are asked to come and give maybe a short remark or a short speech. You understand what I mean? If you look at that very interactive section, it is of two stages. So the first stage is they call them, introduce them, and then they ask them to make a formal statement, a kind of opening remark, And then after that opening remark, the second stage is now to answer questions being asked them. They ask them questions, they answer. So I think there is nothing wrong in that first section of opening remark. There is nothing wrong choosing to read it out in paper, because it is like a remark. It's an opening remark, So, but in terms of question and answer, it's inevitable. That one, he has to do that one extempore, it is inevitable. You don't know what you are going to be asked, you know, so you don't need to read such things on paper, like question and answer. So I think the time he was reading on paper was a mere kind of the time they asked him to give an opening kind of remark, sort of opening statement, you know. So I think at that level, he can read on paper if he wishes, but then what I shouldn't have expected him to say is to tell people that his handlers advice like want him to be on script. Even if they want you to be on script, you shouldn't have come to tell people that it becomes okay. You are opening space for people to say you see what we are saying. Their handlers are packaging him. You understand what I mean? So he shouldn't have like said it publicly to tell the people that it was actually the handlers that asked him to always be on script, you know. But all in all,
Did you see the interaction that Tinubu had with the Arewa space?
I didn't see the interaction. I didn't see the only thing I saw is like a snippet of where he was asked a question on climate change, you know, and he said there is how he answered the question of climate. In fact, the climate change question was what is the main thing that has been generating reactions, you know, intense reactions on Twitter, social media, especially Twitter. That answer on climate change, you know.
Was it off topic?
The way he answered it, I think he said that if the it's like I don't know, but let me just see how I understand it. I think he said he will if the Westerners cannot guarantee Nigeria finance, like loan, like finance, that he wouldn't obey the protocols of any climate change protocol then he wouldn't obey it. There is how he said.
Yeah, what he said that if we cannot guarantee finance and cooperation on how to tackle this issue of climate change, then they will tell them, look, let us do our own thing in our own way. And, you know, everybody should just stick to what they believe in. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was talking about financing and cooperation with us. You understand?
Yeah.
By financing us, meaning you're giving us some kind of maybe loan, maybe to achieve that, or maybe some kind of loan facility for us as a country to continue to run, you know, to sustain our economy or something like that. I mean, you didn't clarify that. But he talk about finance and cooperation from them, that if they don't guarantee us that, then it's going to be difficult for us and the Western world to work together on climate change. You know, and everybody clap for him.
Ajele Koko, that is not presidential. Because I was coming to that because, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. And I'll be brief with it.
Okay.
He could have said things. There are little things you can do that you do not really need so much funding. Just like emission tests.
Okay, yeah.
No, you don't understand the question. You don't understand.
No, we're talking about climate change,
emission
right? Climate change. Ways to reduce.
Hold on. Hold on right there. Let me say something. Let me make some clarity there. Let me make some. He said they don't want us to burn our coal. They don't want us to use our firewood to do anything. He said they have to work in cooperation. They have to provide the finance, and they have to cooperate with us.
Good.
We have to work together.
That is
so
where I was
what
going
he's saying, look, let me tell you, and if you listen to him, he said he doesn't want to say much, but he just hinted out that they have to work with us they have to cooperate with us on a way we want this thing to be done, so that both sides, can have a better understanding of the situation. That is what he was clearly saying there.
Oh, okay, Ajele Koko, if you can just allow me, let me just explain.
Do you understand the climate change space?
Because
before Joel.
One man. There's nothing about climate change other than we have so much emission destroying our what they call ozone layer. All right.
Okay. So who are the people that cause that emission?
Can I just explain this? Can I just explain this one point? One of the ways you can reduce that is by having like emission tests on your cars.
No, then you don't understand. You don't understand. So just abandon what you're saying. You don't understand. You don't understand.
Why do you keep cutting me out?
Because you are not consistent with where the conversation.
Hold on. Do you guys have emission tests in the UK?
Do you have emission tests? Do you have emission tests in Davidson County where you live?
Yes,
please, let's not go down emission tests. Please, I can let go now. Please. Can you please? We don't want to go down emission test, because that is not where the conversation is. You see, we are talking about greenhouse emissions. That's where the climate change space is, and we're talking about global warming. And that's where the climate change the climate change is. And
but emissions from cars,
have been shown what you want to do, because you don't want to listen.
That's why we're going electric.
All right.
Is that not why we're going electric? Why we're doing electric cars? Why are you talking to me like I don't know what I'm talking about?
No, you know what you're talking about, but what you're talking about is not to the conversation that Tinubu was having with the Arewas.
No, I'm just telling you that the little things we can do as a nation. When you go to Nigeria and you see those trucks that are like 20 years old, and you can see the combustion, you can see the CO2 doling out, and we are saying, can we have a cleaner environment for ourselves? It is part of it.
Can I come in line with the topic?
No, yes, but let Tinubu come in instead. Let's hear what the man actually said. I think I may well have caught Joel too quickly, but let's hear from Tinubu.
Oh, the climate change, Prof. It's a question of how do you prevent a church rat from eating a poisoned Holy Communion? That's the way. We are a poor nation. The bank hole will follow. They say firewood, not for fire. They say we need to plant more trees. And they are not giving us money. We need to open our eyes, shine it, and tell the West, if you don't guarantee our finances and work with us to stop this, we are not going to comply with your climate change. They'll do it.
That is it.
They are just, they are just going easy. I don't want. You see, there are a lot of media group here. There are certain things they're looking for. I'm not going to reveal everything. Now lie.
All right, so that was Tinubu addressing that conversational space, and 100% everything you just said, Joel. I don't disagree with that, but where I think Tinubu was speaking to was more the governmental level ozone layer economy, because there's an economy around that. So there's greenhouse emissions, as you know, which ties into that the whatever it is, the what is pumping into the ozone layers from all these articulated trucks that are not, they're just killing the economy. Go to Lagos, you see that. But what he was speaking to, within that greenhouse space, there's an economy there. And the world has come together to say that they must bring down that greenhouse emissions because it's punching through the ozone layers. So anybody that knows better on that space can educate me more. But from my understanding, so it's punching through that ozone layer, and they have to bring down the greenhouse emissions. So that has become a tradable commodity because they're encouraging people to stop all these pollutant sort of economies and then to go for a more green-based economy. So that's the move towards electric cars, etc. So that's that space. But what the counter argument, because that argument actually favors countries that have already built their economy off the back of emitting into the ozone layer, and now the world is at risk. The countries that are upcoming, you're asking them not to go through the same pathway. So what Tinubu was saying is that if you are asking for us to not to go through that already established growth pathway, which emits into the ozone layer, there has to be a financial payoff. So that is what he was saying. I think that was an excellent presentation. Unless anybody has a different reading.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, I was waiting for you, sir.
No. Hold on, Tony. Don't take us to some place. I apologize, Tony, but yeah.
One man, you see, when I was talking, normally you don't allow me to laugh because I was going to help him too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I'm part of I am for climate change. I'm also not for climate change, and I will tell you, I will just be brief with it. Where he's talking about finances is like, for instance, I was telling you, we do not really need to borrow to start to implement things like emission tests, right? However, what the West are proposing is a total phase out of the diesel, or cars that use gas. Now, if you're going to do that, what is the alternative? An electric car. An electric car goes for at least here about $60,000 to $70,000. Where is the average Nigerian going to get that money from? So I was going to speak for Tinubu in a way, but I just
so what you're saying aligns with
it's not presidential. But I was trying to make you understand that even here they are giving people a grant of about $5,000 to $10,000 to be able to afford one electric car. And how are we as Nigerians going to cope in such system? So the West are beating up their system and attracting us to do something like that, and we do not have the capacity. And that is where I was trying to make you understand that there are little things we can do to help us. We do emission within ourselves without necessarily even borrowing.
But one man, I have a better something to say regarding the topic, sir. Please.
Actually,
please, sir.
Yeah.
So sorry. Let's hear Saki Fada and then we come to you, Tony. But Tony, please keep it within the.
On this issue on this issue of climate change, I've severally argued with people. I told them that the developed world like Europe and America, they can do all this emission trading and like this EU ETS, and all those kind of things, It is to be very easy for them because at this phase they are already developed countries, and in the process of their development, they emitted a lot in the past,
Yes.
So the stage Nigeria is in developmental stage, and at that very stage, we are talking about how to boost our productivity, our manufacturing sector. You can't do all these things and think that emission will be inevitable in Nigeria. So it won't be inevitable. So it is a kind of trade-off in Nigeria. Should we leave production? Should we leave boosting our economy and focus on climate issues more when we are still hungry? We are talking about how to eat. So like Tinubu said, I think I think something has to be done in return, a kind of compensation, you know. So I think what he said, I think it is not too bad, you know.
All right, brilliant. You still have the floor, Saki Father, but let's hear Tony, who was keen to give us his contribution on that space. Tony.
Okay, thank you, sir. You know, did I hear this guy say that was not presidential? That was presidential. That's what we call the great Obasanjo reincarnate. We just hope that his health improves, because he's just saying the right thing, because we are not responsible for the climate change wahala, so we don't have to pay anything for it. Like India did also. All this Iran, all these developing countries that are progressing right now, they got stubborn presidents like Tinubu. That's why we say that we want Tinubu to come in to do something, and then I pray to our ancestors to give him good health. That's what we're talking about. Like Tinubu said that he has got so many other things to say. That is what we call a Obasanjo third term. Let him come and show the Western country that we have we have to know how to run our things by ourselves. That you cannot say we should just Germans, the USA, the England that are responsible for this climate damages or climate change, whatever. Probably Australia, that not be our wahala. That they must give us space, to develop. Like Saki Father said, okay, that we must have to use all this oil and gas till we finally arrive there. They cannot force us to do anything because, for example, they have stopped people from exporting fridges that with no A-class stamp on their motors from Europe to Africa. Only the new ones are allowed. And then meanwhile, if you come to Germany here, they are using the fridges of about 50 years old. As long as the thermostat is working, it works for some time, and then it trip off. So when you open the door, then it starts again. So that is not. But they are now forcing Africans to be using those Chinese-made fridges that will run for maybe 1 year and got damaged. Meanwhile, the German people, the big countries, they are still using the standard motors. So we shouldn't let them be fooling us, because that is a way. That's why India. That's why we say that the age of the president does not matter. Like President Modi today, India is a hammer. They have overtaken. They have overtaken England as the as the fifth richest. I mean, they have displaced England. As in their most richest country's position in the world. Right on, sir.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So what is evolving out of this space? And thank you, Joel, for what you did earlier, because it just highlights a lot of stuff. That was Tinubu in an interactive session, engaging in a question and answer space, being asked questions and presenting innovative, thought-provoking, contemporaneous answers to issues that are germane to contemporaneous times. So there it is right there. So a lot of things being answered. There he is, sitting down for well in excess of an hour, engaging a high-profile, high-functioning audience in a question and answer session.
One man, let me just tell you one. Let me just make you smile a little bit, because you always look at me as a typical hater. Look, let me tell you, 1 point, because I was going to make it like if I was going to talk. But 1 point I liked about Tinubu was telling the West, I wanted a leader also that will be able to look at the West and tell them that what they are doing is wrong. Over 70% of world emission is generated between China, US, and Europe. It has nothing to do with Africa. So when you are trying to push your policies down to Africa in a way for us to be like you, or to, purchase your product, then it makes me feel like we are being exploited. And that is where I was trying to talk about. The trees that we cut down in Nigeria as firewood, we are really depleting those things that will help us. If we have gas, if you go to the Niger Delta area, woman, you are going to see gas flaring. You are going to, if you go to Ebema area, since I was born, when we go to Imo State, you see it at night. It's like there's a bulb going on there. 1 man, we are sitting on gas. Gas is far, far more, has less carbon monoxide than the normal gas and diesel and fuel we use in Nigeria. Innocent Motors have been able to convert some of the engines that he's using to some of the engines in the cars to use liquefied gas, far more cheaper than the normal diesel and fuel, less carbon monoxide, and we have a better environment. That is the point I was trying to refer to when I said that even though we know that the West are trying to play this card, but there are things, little things that we can do on our own to really safeguard our environment. Because those 3 quarters that we are doing is really hitting us so bad in Nigeria. But we do not really know these things until it gets so bad. So I don't want to really take much of your time, Father. Maybe if I have an opportunity to talk, I will just elaborate a little bit more. Thank you.
All right. Well put.
One man, another thing I want you to observe again is that his answer on climate change is quite in opposite direction to what is in the manifesto they released.
Right.
You understand what I mean?
How so?
In their manifesto, they were talking about green energy, those stuff, and those kind of things, you know?
Yes.
So you see that his answer now appears to conflict.
How so?
With the proposal in
how so?
Because he's talking about charcoal. You're telling us to stop burning charcoal, burning this and burning that. Will you be ready to give us finance?
Right.
That's what I mean. So
yes.
If they are not ready to give you finance, because you remember that if they are giving loans now from the Western world, they always give you these kind of conditions. Like you have to invest in things that are environmentally friendly. So what it means is that if you're not giving finance, you keep on burning the coal, burning all those things, damaging the climate, which is against what they propose in their manifesto. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I don't. But I've not read their manifesto. But if you are saying their manifesto has a green policy,
you read it here the other day now. You were reading something that.
Yeah, I was reading some of the presentations that he made in.
That very day we were clapping that it was a very
was excellent. Yes,
they documented these issues of how to care for the environment through modern things like all these green energies and the carbon trade, those kind of things. They were in all those statements. But if you
Saki Vada,
yeah,
to get to that, to this green revolution climate this
environmental something,
environment, to get there we have to go through some part, right?
So
it doesn't look, let me tell you this.
I understand, but what I'm trying to establish,
we have to use what we have now to get there. And let me tell you what this guy did. I'm impressed with him with that answer.
It's a genius answer. It's a genius answer.
It shows that he has the understanding of that problem of climate change, and he knows the politics behind it too. And is ready to play the politics with the West. That is what he indicated right there. That look, I know the politics behind it. We are ready. We know the politics that you guys are playing. We are ready to play the politics with you. If you don't finance it, then forget about it. You can't hold us responsible because we did not cause this problem of climate change. That is what he's saying.
Ajale Koko, what I'm trying to tell you now is the way Nigeria is now. You know, we don't have money. We must have to borrow.
That is it is not borrow. They will provide the financing. It might come in form of grant. It's not going to be borrowing. We are not borrowing money to achieve it. They want us to do it. They should provide the financing to achieve that to solve that climate change problem.
Which means if they don't give you the finance, you won't solve it, right?
So if we have to use that coal in
if they don't give you the finance, it will take you a longer route to get there.
It takes a longer route. So
Angelico, you know what I was trying to say?
Yeah.
What I was trying to tell you is that I want you now to see that writing manifestos is quite different from what candidates, actually tells us. If you are now like having a one-on-one conversation with them to understand what, like, I'm trying to say that most of these
you've not established that. You've not established that.
It did say that it's not going to, fight the climate change problem. It did say it's not going to, but he's saying that, okay, to fight it, they have to collaborate with us in so many ways so that we have to do it together. Because Nigeria doesn't have the capacity to do it by herself rather. The Western world that is calling for climate change, they should be ready to work with us so that we can achieve it. That is what he was saying. So it shows that he had the understanding, the knowledge on that, the politics with that climate change problem, and it's really to tell the West that let us do it together. We cannot do it alone by ourselves. We want to commit to it, but yes, you have to play ball, and we play ball with you. Which and look at the way he ended. He said, "I don't want to talk much about it because a lot of people, a lot of media are here. They are waiting." He demonstrated there as an experienced politician that knows when to talk little, don't talk much, and let people know that yes, you know what you are talking about. That is what he demonstrated there, and I really, it really impressed me. He's not my man, but he really impressed me with that the way he answered that question there.
But Angelico, wasn't it the same? Are you going to cut the same slack to Dati, and when he was asked about security, and he said, "I don't know." And no, he didn't say, "I don't know." He said, "I will not talk about it now." And one man has
no. This one talk about it. You can't compare the two. Tinubu talk about the solution to the problem, how he want the West to play ball so that we can play ball together. You want us to jump into this? Obi was have this question on climate change. He fumbled now. He couldn't answer it. He fumbled very badly, and I was shocked. He didn't even have the no understanding of it at all. The video is out there.
And then Oga Janikoko, you know that we should be proud.
What did you say? Sorry, Janikoko, I missed what you said.
What I said is that similar question on climate change were asked. Obi was asked on question on this climate. He couldn't answer it. He fumbled. The video is out there. He doesn't have the understanding. He doesn't know it.
What are you talking about?
Haven't you seen that video?
But why can't we just call a spade that we are very proud? We are very happy to be having somebody that is going to
watch that video.
Ajanikogo, my brother. Why can't we just be happy that we are having somebody that is ready to challenge the West? That we are not knowing the direction of which our foreign policy will be going. You know what I'm saying? Why can't we just put tribe or religion or whatever aside and say that, because I have never been impressed as much as I am today hearing this guy speak now about that, because I want people to come and challenge the West. If possible, be like Saddam Hussein, be like the Modi of India. That's what we are talking about. It is showing that our country will now be having a foreign policy. You know what I'm saying? And we know exactly that we are being pressed we are being oppressed or whatever. How you are? I mean, let's forget about other candidates right now because this guy has come out to point that out and say, okay, I suspend the rest, meantime, for the meantime. Then that is why I said that in my earlier contribution, that is an Obasanjo reincarnation.
No, yeah. All right, thank you, Tony. So, Joel, this I think maybe what Ajan Lekoko was referencing. You were asking him what he was talking about.
Yes, answer. Carry on.
Okay. I am Akeem Adenuga, tweeting from Ibadan, Nigeria. Sir, I would like to ask you, what do you think about the Green Energy Initiative the current APC administration signed Nigeria up to, considering your policies intend to pursue aggressive production and industrialization?
I didn't understand you. Can you help me?
Sure. This is a question from Akeem Adenuga. He's tweeting from Ibadan in Nigeria. And what he's asking is, I would like to ask, what do you think about the Green Energy Initiative that has been administered by the APC administration, considering your policies to pursue aggressive production and industrialization in Nigeria?
Quite frankly, there has been a lot of talk about green energy and climate change and everything. I'm not very vast. I've read a lot about them, and we will all consider it in whatever we're doing. But quite frankly, I'm going to be aggressive in other areas than in some of the things that are coming out on issue of climate change. We're going to deal with it. We're going to give it attention. But these things are not more important, as important as securing the people, because you can't be talking about climate change when people are taking cover from bombs. Huh? I might be wrong, but
all right. So that was what giving us is philosophy on climate change. So that was so let me interpret what Peter Obi said to you. So let me interpret it.
In a facility tonight, doesn't Peter Obi dirty ticket have a solution to insecurity in Nigeria?
We do.
And what is that?
My answer is that we do.
So that was Peter. That was unbelievable guy. Unbelievable. Oh God.
One man. See, let me tell you this, right? When you look at the composition, our contribution as a nation towards this carbon emission, then you look at it and you can say that carbon emission is not even the first 30 of our problems. However, the effect, like we have seen flooding today, the effect of the flooding or the effect of climate change we are experiencing, that is on the side. However, the flooding too has something to do with climate change, but most importantly, leadership. Leadership or negligence from leadership as regards to building the dam, because it was an agreement between Cameroon and Nigeria. So there was this thing that something that happened in Gombe, either Gombe or Castina, where the government was prioritizing fertilizer. And the people, the governor was like, okay, we keep prioritizing fertilizer. But when they asked the farmers that what was their biggest problem, they said that the biggest problem is climate change. That it is really because what they call, like, the desert are encroaching. Like, they are losing lands to the desert in the north. Then the people started saying that the reason why they are losing that is because the farmers said, because their crops that usually serve as a buffer is being eaten up by the herdsmen, by the cattle from the herdsmen. So one of the biggest problem, apart from the calamity that we get from these herdsmen, they are also contributing in their own way, disrupting the ecosystem by moving their cows from one end to another. So these are the issues. That's why I was thinking Tinubu would take it to at least the things we can do within ourselves to, dampen the effects of climate change on us. Then that of electric cars and all that, we can now subject that one to having a discussion, a discussion with the West. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Back to
But you agree
Father.
that your man did not answer that question.
No, but
he did not even understand it.
He doesn't understand it.
Yeah. There was no need for him. There was no need for him to answer.
He said, what are we even talking about climate change when we have security problem? He doesn't want to answer. He cannot. He doesn't know it. He doesn't want to. He doesn't. Yeah. Let us just.
Obi is dumb.
Remember how the question came. The question came as a result of a policy that was signed by the Buhari government. You might not know everything that is in the document. And from what he said there too, it was specific. The question was specific. And he had a moment and he said it. I do not really get it. This is not most of our problem. He is more interested in the things that are our problem. Climate change, like I said, is not one first 50 of our problems in Nigeria.
But you just described that it is that the encroachment and all of these things that you are saying is changing the ecosystem.
One must say, remember, it is not we are having the issue of climate change some part in the north because of leadership and neglect. Remember, I said that leadership and neglect. When the issue of cattle herdsmen going about disrupting our ecosystem, it's a problem of leadership, not a problem of climate change.
Why are they coming? Why are they coming further and further to the south, the herdsmen?
Because it means that they see that the desertification going on in the north. They're coming back.
What leads to desertification?
Well, it's part of the climate change.
There you are.
But it can be prevented. This is my point. One man. Desertification, it happens. You see it coming. But there's a way you can bridge it. After all, Israel is planting in deserts. So we can really there are ways to solve desertification of a place. You can plant crop, you can plant trees, and you can bridge it. But the problem is that we still have ecological funds, which has been a fraud in Nigeria for the past years. Forget about even apart from desertification, in the south, we have erosions. These are things that ecological fund would have solved. But in Nigeria, these monies have been mismanaged. That is where I was thinking Tinubu was going to speak to. Because when you talk about the effect of climate change, part of it is human and part of it is natural. But in Nigeria, we have more of natural causes of.
Do you remember yesterday I was speaking about blue sky thinking? Maybe that would be on Rudolph's platform, blue sky thinking. So an example of what I mean was just that Tinubu's answer right there. That's blue sky thinking.
Well, you always have this word, and one man. I also want you to look up this word, anahamachi, ANA. Are you writing it down?
Carry on.
Okay, ANA.
You want to curse me out, Abby? You want to curse me out?
No, you keep bringing out words, so I just want to give you a word too. But what it does mean that I don't smile at all. Like, the way we say it, like I know they laugh, I know they smile, so but it's okay, one man. But one man, I think you get where I'm coming from.
when it comes to the climate change. It is just I wanted him to answer it in a better way. However, like I told you, smile, because at least we have someone that can speak to the West, because the West has been dumping stuff on us and they need to be talked to. And when I mean they need to be confronted, just like the new guy in Kenya is doing today. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw his interview with Christian Amanpo. You know, he laid it out the way African wants it to be. And among the three candidates, I think Tinubu is the only person that has that that character to do so. So I mean, we're all Nigerians, so these talents are about. So whatever thing happens, it happens. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Have you finished eating Sake Fada? What were you eating?
Yes. I was eating. I didn't know.
All right.
Yeah, I remember at one man. The important thing I wanted to say is I wanted to speak on this Aerofy allegation on Peter.
Yeah, go to that space. Yeah, go there.
Actually, I liked what happened today because if you look at the questions they asked Peter, it was majorly a lot of the questions were centered on this false narrative that has been circulating in the north, you know, to like that people have been telling in the north against Peter, sort of that. So all those questions came to him today, and he answered those questions the way I wanted him to answer it. So on the issue of Aerofy, in 2010, during Anambra State election, on the day of election, not a day before, on the day of election, Aerofy came to Anambra State. And you know what usually happens on the days of election in Anambra? There is no movement, even from one town to another. Police will stop you, SSS, they arrest people, and some other people. So Aerofy came to Anambra State. And when he came, he was intercepted by the SSS, now DSS, you know, something like that. You know, so he interfaced with them, and he told them that he came to observe elections in Anambra as APC representative, sort of, you know. They now had to keep him in a hotel. They now like detained him like sort of in a hotel, and they told him that there is an order from Abuja, that something like that, that he's from Abuja, that elections in Anambra State, people are not allowed to move, you know, and that there are observers, there are already observers from other places that officially came before that very day to observe the elections, that he's not one of the observers, something like that, you know. So he now left. He now left because after the election, the movement started again. So he left. And when he went back, he started talking about it, you know, 2010.
Was he detained?
No, in a hotel. He was in a hotel room.
No, well, that wasn't my question. Was he detained?
No, he was not detained in a DSS facility.
No, it doesn't have to be DSS facility. It's the word is detained.
But he was kept in a hotel. And
was he detained? Was he restricted? Was he?
Yeah.
Was he?
He was restricted. Yeah, he was restricted
with force.
No, he was restricted from moving
with force.
I'm coming. He was restricted from moving around Anambra, just like every other person. That people are not allowed to move. You're only allowed to be in your polling unit voting. You're not allowed to move for security issues in Anambra. That is the way Anambra election has always been. You are not allowed to move. It's not even only him. All citizens, everybody in Anambra. No one. There is no movement that very day. You know, so they will block from Head Bridge. Head Bridge is after Asaba enter Head Bridge. They will block from Head Bridge. They will also block the Oka side, because after Oka you begin to go to Enugu State. You know, they block all those borders. So there is enough security, you know, in that Anambra State that time. So now I'm trying to drive at something. So after this thing that happened, El-Rufai granted an interview in 2010, December 2010. I was telling the story of what happened. So in that 2010, he was telling the story that DSS, that the federal government used DSS to prevent him from observing Arab. That was what he said in that video, that interview of 2010. I have the video now. I can show you the video. So when he said it, after saying it, he said that he will sue DSS for that action. And he even went further to sue DSS, for that thing that happened. And after the judgment, the courts agreed that DSS trampled upon his liberty. That no
But
citizen.
Father,
I'm coming.
Father, quick question. I'm coming. Let me ask you so that I can wrap it up.
Okay.
Does the party agent too are restricted?
I can't hear you.
You are saying there were restrictions in movements. Is asking if somebody that has come specifically as a functionary of a party that is contending in that election to observe that election, is it restricted to as an average citizen would?
No. Yes, there are observers who are whose name were released in Anambra State as those that are coming to observe the election, and they came before that day of election. They came before
all right.
in Anambra State.
All right, Saki Father, give me a moment. Let me give you an account of
No, I want to finish. I want to finish.
Go on.
I want to finish because those videos of 2010 are there. So he went to court, and challenged DSS for that. Then he won that very case. So the court interpreted that DSS doesn't have right. Every citizen is free to move any day unless there is a state of emergency, something like that. And the courts told DSS to go and apologize to El-Rufai, which they did. The DSS account of this thing that happened is also here. I have the video. I can send it to you too. These two videos I'm telling you. So P2B has been asked this question in the past in an interview that the governor of Kaduna State is giving this allegation, and P2B answered it. He said that he, P2B, as a person, was even in his own local government that very day because he voted. He was in another local government that very day, voting. That nobody told him that even El-Rufai was coming to observe election the previous day. That those are the people that came for observing the election, independent observers, they came before that very day, and that he was never the person that told DSS, to keep him in a hotel. That he's an APCA governor, that he doesn't have the facility of the federal government. How can he tell PDP, command DSS, which is a federal government agency, to take that very action against him? He also said that in that very day of election, there was no movement. People were not even moving for security issues in Anambra State. So that he was not the one. And he even told in that very interview that the account the governor of Kaduna State gave in 2010 is quite different from what he's saying. And the videos are there. I can show you the video. And let me tell you, look at what Dere Farotimi wrote today on his Twitter account. Let me read it out for you. He said, the midget, I don't know how to pronounce that word, midget, M-I-D-G-E-T.
You pronounced it right.
Yeah, the midget of Kaduna is an unintelligent liar who delivers revised editions of events to fit the agenda and the audience. Same actor, same story, different editions. So what the governor said today was quite a different edition from what he said in 2010. He said the videos are there.
All right. Hold on one moment, Saki Father. Let me bring you this. Interim Deputy National Secretary of the All Progressives Congress APC, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, was yesterday in Akwa, prevented from moving out of his hotel room to monitor the Anambra governorship election. El-Rufai told News Agency of Nigeria, NAN, at the Finotel Hotel, where he lodged, that some armed men of the State Security Service SSS restrained him from moving out of the hotel to monitor the election. He said, I arrived in Aqua by 7 p.m. on Friday and had a brief session with the APC candidate, Senator Chris Ngige. When I came out to my dinner, I saw 3 heavily armed SSS officers at the hotel. I asked them why they were following me. They told me that they were protecting me because Aqua is not safe. I told them that I came with my own security. This morning, as I was about to have breakfast, so let me go on to the next page. All right. So hold on. So yes, this morning as I was about to have breakfast, they blocked the corridors and tried to restrain me from going out. But I pushed by and went to the restaurant to eat. After my breakfast, I will be going to the APC Situation Room in town to monitor the election. I am being unlawfully detained here, he said. News Agency of Nigeria reports that at this point, one of the SSS men went into the restaurant and confiscated the reporter's tape recorder and deleted the recorded interview before returning it to her. When contacted on telephone, the director of the SSS in the state, Mr. A.U. Okeyi, confirmed the report, saying that El Rufai was being protected. El Rufai is not an ordinary person. If anything happens to him, they will. So let me go on to the next. Let me go on to the next page. El Rufai is not an ordinary person. If anything happens to him, they will blame the security, he said. Heavily armed security men were seen guarding the premises of the hotel. Anambra State Governor Peter Obi reacted angrily to the development. He said the former minister of the Federal Capital Territory FCT had no business in Anambra State on the day of the election. The governor said genuinely accredited observers are not hindered by anybody. Accredited observers are moving around freely, but I am not sure El Rufai was accredited by INEC as an observer. Like I said before, he has no business or any reason to be in Anambra at this time. All he's doing is dragging the name of Anambra in the mud. I cannot go to Katsina and monitor a governorship election. This is a federation. Even if it belongs to a particular party, the party has chieftain in the state and people of the southern and people of southeast extraction. So this is the last page. So let me bring it up. The governor said genuinely accredited observers are not hindered. Okay. So let me take it from here. I cannot go to Katsina and monitor a governorship election. This is a federation. Even if it belongs to a particular party, the party has chieftains in the state and people of southeast extraction. People should know that we have one country and we must build it for our children. El Rufai has no reason to be in Anambra State. Quote me anywhere. I can't go to Katsina State or KANU or wherever he may come from and go and monitor elections there. He should stay there. So there is Peter Obi then more or less owning the responsibility for restraining.
What I say now, what's the difference from the account I gave?
Yeah, but what would the account I just read in is indicative that Peter Obi restrained him?
No, it doesn't indicate. He reacted to the reports given by governor of the state. And I told you again that there are genuinely.
He did not say I had no hands in it. He said it was justified.
You said what? If you say that the governor had hand in it, why did he go to court? why did he go to sue DSS instead of suing the governor of Anambra State in 2010? He went to sue
because
DSS.
it was the DSS that restrained him
Why?
at
So
the
why?
at the instruction of Peter Obi.
Peter Obi is the Peter Obi the owner of DSS? Is he not a federal agency? Peter Obi
Peter
is
Obi,
Africa government.
Peter Obi, Anambra State, like every other state, has a complement of DSS agents.
No, but he's a federal instrument. They are guided by federal government.
Yeah, but they're under the direction of the state governor, who is the chief security officer.
No, they are not under the direction of state governor.
No, you must be joking.
Can you tell me that? Can you tell me that NAFDA? I mean that NDLEA is under the directive of the
I'm
governor.
not saying that NDLEA is under the directorship
So
of.
don't NDLEA have offices in the states?
I'm telling you that
DSS is a federal
you,
agency.
you can't rewrite what is documented. What I am telling you is that the complements of both police and DSS that are vested within the constituting states of Nigeria.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on, because so that we're clear on what we're saying. They are under the direction of the chief security officer, which is the state governor. So the decision of the state governor can be overridden, of course, at the federal space, but as the first point of contact, they are under the direction of the state governor.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on.
Do you remember the encounter with one police person and
Sanwo-Olu
of Lagos?
Yes. Sanwo-Olu, yes.
What happened there?
What happened was
you remember that Sanwo-Olu was asking him some questions. He said,
what happened was what I just said. Did you hear what I just said before you asked the question?
That is what I'm telling you. So he told Sanwo-Olu.
But exactly, Father.
So hold on, Thomas. Hold on, Thomas. Apologies, Thomas. Did you hear what I just said before you asked that question?
You said that it's a federal government agency, but that they are also under the government.
What I said was that they are under the direction and instruction of the governor, but the federal space can override, which is what the Sanwo-Olu space you are referencing.
Anyway, the story is the fact that the two videos I have seen is the same El-Rufai talking, but giving two different versions. He gave two different versions of this account. So if truly that is what actually happened, and he's very sure that it is Peter Obi that did it, why is the versions in 2000?
It's pretty certain that Peter Obi did it because he's notorious for abusing executive power.
You can't say that. He's not notorious. He's not abusing any executive power. Forget those things. These people are. That guy is talking. Forget those things. That video you showed before about one guy that was talking that SARS did this, did that.
At the instruction again of Peter Obi.
One man. I think maybe I don't know whether you've gone to Anambra State before in your life. You should understand that you don't know Anambra very well. Forget these things. These people are talking. People that know Anambra will tell you more. People that know Anambra will tell you more about Anambra. So I'm telling you, forget what. Thank God, I like the questions they asked him today, because all the questions he addressed it. They even accused him of giving Northerners ID cards, and he told them, if you can show me anyone that said I did it, then I will stop campaigning. I will stop this presidential contest. It's very easy to say that somebody did something, but it is very, very easy to bring rumors that are not actually truth at times, and people begin to carry those rumors, So I don't know.
All right, thank you, Saki, for that. It wasn't a convincing rebuttal by you, I have to say. And often instances, the rebuttals are, you see, the deck is stacking up in that space. So and the excuses, they are wearing thinner and more difficult to sustain. So we had the Enenche space just yesterday.
But can I ask you a question?
Carry on.
Let's assume that something of this nature even happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know, let's assume that you came to a state on the day of election without like coming on an official assignment. Nobody even knew that you are coming, and you came that very day of election. Let's assume that this has happened. 2010 till today is 12 years now. 12 years now, and you are still festering this with bitterness and rancor.
You know, it wasn't festering it, or
12
I'm not.
years.
No, don't. I think
No,
I'm
not
pretty.
you, not
I'm.
you,
No, no,
not
no.
you. Uh,
I know it's not me. El Rufai is not festering in bitterness and rancor.
you know what? Do you know
No,
how
no.
he? You know?
What he's doing
You know? No, no, no,
is
no.
lobbing it as a political grenade.
But do you
So
know?
it's nothing
You know?
about bitterness. It's a
Do you know?
political
Do you know
grenade.
what? Do you know what he? Do you know how he addressed P2B today?
How did they address it?
One man. If you were the one he addressed that way, you will lose temper.
What did they say?
He described P2B as a small something and a clown. There's a way he called him to his face today. There is the way he used it. I will read it out for you. I think if
Yeah,
I
he
get it.
wants to diminish him now. He wants to diminish him. You
Hmm.
you know do you know all this cordial that people drink like Ribena and whatnot? You know you can't drink it straight from the bottle. You have to tone it down with water. So that Peter Obi space is turning into one of those concentrated cordial drinks like a Ribena, and it needs to be toned down. So
Can I, can,
if you are, yeah, go on,
can I ask you another question?
carry on.
Do you see the way Tinubu and Atiku are diminishing themselves? Like Tinubu will talk against Atiku, Atiku will talk against Tinubu politically, right? You normally see that, right?
Yes.
But again, you see them today again in one room, laughing, chatting as friends, right?
Yes.
Do you think that this Eurofy something only ends in the political sphere?
No. El Rufai is a notoriously vindictive man. There was a political opponent that he had, and when he became governor, he took bulldozers to this guy's house and he demolished it. He said he was breaking town planning law or something. But curiously, there were houses both to the right and left of this man's house, and he left those two houses untouched. So how can a house in the middle of an estate of a road be singularly the one that is flouting town planning laws, and the house, of course, your bitter political rival? So it's a very vindictive man. What's his name? The short little man.
That's really bad. That's
Yeah,
really bad something.
yeah, yeah. So no, don't worry. The fact that he's slamming Peter Obi, he would delight in it. And short people as well, they have issues, So I think it must be a short man syndrome. But thank you, Saki, for that. For time, let me go from you and let me go to in the direction of another contributor. Let me go to Joel, who's still with us. So Joel, to you. Are you still there, Joel? The one time you want him to speak, the one time. This is Joel of Nashville all over.
Joel is really giving you troubles.
No, I think it's trolling. He's trolling. He's come here. He said, "Let me go and poke at them a bit. Let me wind them up. Let me go."
But actually, when I saw that, what do you call it? Gumi. I say one man will really spot this one. He must
He'll be
spot this
dancing
one.
in joy. He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we got him." But no, that Peter Obi space is when we get to the technique. He will falter very soon, and it was it's inevitable because you know why he's going to falter, because he's not strong enough a personality. He doesn't have enough of an antecedent. He doesn't have enough of history and experience. But more to it, he's not a clever man. He's actually somewhat dumb. It's somewhat dumb.
You don't know Peter.
Do you not
I'm
concede,
very sure you
guys?
don't know.
Do
I'm
you
very
not
sure.
consider that is somewhat dumb?
You don't know Peter Obi. You don't know Peter Obi.
Well, I know,
Don't
but
worry. Don't worry. Give him chance to become president. You will see how stubborn a personality he is. He's if he believes in something now, no amount of intimidation will change his stand. He's very stubborn. I know what I'm saying.
All right. So let me start to wind it down with the people that are known. So Joel has left us. So thank you, Joel, for your contribution. I think we had plentiful from Joel. Let me go to Exira as well, who I think may not even be with us. I think he logged on and then he said about other things. Exira, are you there? No, I didn't imagine it was. So thank you, Xero, at least for turning up. So thank you, Xero. So let me go on to World Peace. World Peace, are you there?
I'm here, but my son will not allow me. You can hear his voice.
Yes, it's keeping you honest. Okay, stay with us. Maybe we'll come to you at the closing remark phase. So let me go on from World Peace then to Tony, who hopefully is still there. Tony, are you there?
Yeah, the Edo boy is here,
All right, brilliant. Always good to be in your company. So, Tony, then that clip of Tinubu and Atiku, a chance meeting in an airport lounge. Oh, Jagaban, no Atiku, kisses and hugs all the way around. So the bitter rivalry, of course, that is left to the great unwashed. So what did you then make of this clip that emerged of the chance meeting between the two looters?
Yeah, but I didn't like that scene. I would have been more happier if it was with Obi, because I don't believe that Atiku is a candidate, because I'm still, that the presidency must come to the south. So anything out of the north, I'm sorry. So we should have been Tinubu with Obi having a chat, Right on, sir. To the next one.
All right, brilliant. And to it, Tinubu, I have been want to stay on script. So this is Tinubu in his presentation in Kaduna, trying to very hard to stay on message because his handlers have warned that anytime he tries to speak off the cuff, he always makes some grammatical gaffe, which is latched onto by the obedience. So do you think he should stay on script, or do you think he should vary off the script and speak from the heart, even if he makes some grammatical error or whatever, which we know that the obedient space, the Ipobians will latch onto?
We are not in the English classroom to take exam. So that guy make it talk as anyhow when he speak, would they get the message? Because the message is that I think I heard because when I was offline just now when my telephone misbehaved, I had somebody like one of the obedient say that actually that he got what I was trying to point out, that we need somebody like Tinubu, like Modi right now, like Putin, and that is Tinubu that is closer to that point. People that like Iranian president, that is somebody that will come in to say, okay, I don't want to embrace the climate, whatever. I want to build my nuclear energy to supply electricity to my people and to threaten the world if need be. You know what I'm saying? So we are not judging for that kind of, that you come and regulate that we should only be buying 5 years old cars from your country to Nigeria or to Black Africa. But you are using those 30 years old cars in Europe in order to promote your industries. You want to sell your Mercedes, you want to sell your Volkswagen, you want to sell your Rovers or whatever, or is it the Range Rover that was originally, my city's, in Ibadan, in Iwo Road, Leyland. That was where they started to manufacture Range Rover. If people don't know now, so you want us to be buying it from England, 5 years old cars, to Nigeria to come and deplete our our resources, to come and deplete our our banks? No, Tinubu is the incarnation of Obasanjo that we go to Tony Blair and say, my friend, the money, those 1,000 billion money you are keeping in your banks, repatriate those money back to any African bank and let us start to see who is going to suffer the economic loss. That's what I'm talking about. We want somebody to come out to tell the Western world that yes, now you have a capable man that can be able to, to play the game with you. You know what I'm saying? So whether they talk with broken English or whether he hand the shake or he hands the shake, that are not concern me. But this guy should be able to tell the world that he's like President Modi of India, that they try to use this climate, propaganda to destroy the economy of India. Some 10 years ago, India was down. Today, India is a very powerful country. Look at even ordinary Turkey. Ordinary Turkey will come and borrow 2 billion euro from the Germans. That they will pay you back. But when they get back home, he use it to develop his country, and only to be threatened that okay, if you push me any harder, I will send more refugees down to Germany. Then they will say, okay, you can keep the money. These are the presidents that that we need. You know what I'm saying, sir? So anybody can say that, and then you can see that Tinubu was even reading, was talking off head, not looking for, at the paper all the time. So he still got something in his brain. Go on, sir, to the next question, sir.
All right, brilliant. And hold on. I'm not sure we have that many more topics.
Yeah, but there's one thing. There's one thing that actually made me to try to come in tonight.
Right.
Because there was a guy that you guys, you and Janiko was, having a kind of a debate, with about this terrorist, this guy, this Malam, is it Muni? What is the name of that guy? I don't want to.
Gumi.
Yeah. The guy was trying to defend Obi, meeting, shaking hands with that guy, and then which led to the question of you asking him that, are you not an Igbo man? Then he said, no, I'm not an Igbo man. That I'm from Edo State. That was, I decided to just come into the show, even though I was so tired, So what the hell? That guy's not an Edo guy. I hope that the guy's still around. Let him tell me the local.
Papa T. That's why I came into. Just that I didn't want to interrupt that guy.
Yeah. Because I want to know.
I didn't think it was. It's Des we are talking about. I
know.
Yeah.
I want to ask him which side of Edo is he from. No, though we have all this Equale and the rest, but we want to know which part.
No. If it's Equale, it's Edo. If it's Urobo, it's Edo. If it's Yoruba, it's Edo. If it's butter. Hold on. Butter. If you are born in the Ogida market or Ebe market, you're not an Edo person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I don't even think he was born anywhere. Because I had my suspicion when he said, "Oh, I'm an Edo man." I think it's an Ambarian or whatever it is. Yes, I think
the way he said,
even his accent,
we're very annoying. No accent. Did you see my comments, my commentaries? One man, I was writing that this is not an Edo man. The tone is not. I mean, his voice is not Edo. Nothing shows Edo. His way of speaking English is not Edo, because we cannot speak without putting a broken English between. You don't say if a woman is speaking now, you will hear woman. It will add. If you hear Igbo, it will speak. You hear Igbo will use broken English. Then if you hear to Ovie, if you speak it, sometimes you use broken English. That's what they do. So how can you?
I don't want to rule why I came in, because everybody know where it comes from. But I was waiting for a perfect time so I could really ask the guy, which part of it are you from? Because when he said it, I said, no,
yes.
We know ourselves when we talk. We know.
My God, if you are not a Yoruba man, you are not a shaman, you are not Akoko Edo. Why can you are not from Yoruba? You are not Yoruba, because we have Yoruba, we have Urobo, we have Isoko, we have Ijo. So you can't say that I'm an Edo, and then a woman just say, okay. All right. Then I was. That's why I was. I said, man, let me just come in, because I would tried more than 30 times just to get, because the studio was full. I was just looking for an opportunity, an opportunity to just get into to clarify that, sir.
The people of Edo, they are very protective about their city. I remember. So anytime anybody says anything at all that is. Very quickly, world peace will run in that no. Okay, tell me. Do you know something? I don't know, man. What is this? Is Edo now God's own country? What's going on?
No, because it's a multicultural society, woman. You know that we do have some kind of Igbanke there, but they are from the Edo local government, Uromo local government. So we have Yoruba, we have Usain, we have Akoko Edo, we have one local government. Most of them are Yorubas. Sobe, those areas. So it's mixed up. But somebody cannot just say I'm an Edo without even as fast, as I or you grew up in Ibadan, but still, there's still that donors in me. You see, like yesterday when I came back, I said, hey, I'm happy to be back. To hear, to Ile Yami that I don't have my Babami. I be show to Bagwe. No, but somebody cannot just come here and say that. Oh, I'm from Edith. And even if I'm contributing in anywhere, you can hear me, you can listen. So I always say that here, I'm missing all my bushes in LA. I know people say Ibadan, and people will know that when I say LA, people will know, they will know. I'll say, okay, I want to go and catch crabs in LA water, see water side, so I miss my country. So I want the country to be, but so I don't want it's a job that, okay, so all we are fighting for is just to have an Iboma because of equality or whatever. But look at the way Tinubu presented, his this. You have not been telling us all. I've not had all the whole speeches, but tonight, I'm so elated, sir. Really, I really thank you for bringing this that particular clip out, where the guy.
That clip debunks so many things. Just for months and months, we've had the IPOBians going around. Oh, how can he not grant interview? He did not grant interview. Why is he not speaking to Nigerians? He's saying he wants to be government, and he cannot last for 1 hour. He cannot take all of that debunked there, of course.
That was crazy. That was crazy. That was crazy. That somebody was saying that that was not presidential. How do you want a presidential? How do you want a candidate to be presidential? Other than that, like Ajani always say, he will say other than that. So I mean, that was the most presidential and a black African candidate after our war right now, because that guy already know the direction at which our country is going. I mean, foreign policy wise, when they hear me, we will know what we stand for. The guy don't tell them say, I don't want to do what I want to make a do. Now what you will favor for my people now will do. But I don't feel so. I reserve my comment to. So you already know where the foreign policy will be going. It's all about you coming to tell me what to do, what to buy, to come and buy your product, because you are that you're fucking in kind of those something for climate change that you would be manufacturing for me. Come and set up the industry in my place. Then but I just wish that Tinubu can be able to forget about all this oil subsidy, and then encourages our local refineries, those guys that you are calling local bunkers that are, I mean, go to them, give them proper equipment and then some training, they can produce for us. And then that leads us now to decentralize the country. Let Edo State produce, do their oil, gas, and Odo State, and then try. All those states can be able to, Delta State, Edo State, all the South State, with Ondo and Imo, let them work together, how they can be able to build their own refineries, or those local refiners. Help them out. That's all.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. So Tony, let's hear from Ola, and then we start to round off. So Ola, you're up next. So to the Tinubu presentation, which are somewhat alarmist the way members of the platform came in to say, go and listen to him. You will weep. We've listened to him. Some of us are not weeping. Some are actually applauding. So what did you then make of Tinubu's interaction with the Malams in the north?
You see, my happiness about the way the things are beginning to come out is the way we are now making the thing issue based now. Before now, I keep telling people that all these funny things like shake, weapons, papas, all those kind of nonsense. I keep saying that we should not just dwell on this thing, so that the real issue will just slide if you don't face it. like when they were accusing Jonathan then, stealing is not corruption, clueless, all those things. And jejely, without even knowing what Buhari was going to do there, and Buhari just came into power and see how far he has brought us back. Oh, some people were saying age. I question some people. Buhari was like 41, 42 in 1983, 1984. Now, the same age, at that younger age, it destroyed the middle class, destroyed the economy of Nigeria. It set the president for it set the Nigeria on the journey of getting to where we are today. He came back in 2015, he has even done worse. What has age got to do with that? And I keep telling people that what you know, age will never take that thing away from you, because it gets to a point that it becomes your way of life. It's just like you are saying, oh, a professor at the age of 70 is too, 75 is too old to. Are you telling me that he's going to forget all those things that have become part and parcel of his life? These are what we are telling people. People, okay, let's assume that even Tinubu has slowed down. The fact that he has slowed down, his brain still function that the best younger candidate we have outside there. These are the things we are talking about. I listened to that climate change this thing, and people were saying church right poison. I say, why will you dwell on figurative? Just look at the entire thing that this guy presented and tell me and counter it and tell me that that guy is saying something that was not true. You see? Now, who is responsible for the largest greenhouse gas emission that is causing this global this thing we are talking about? United States of America and China. As of today, United States of America is the largest producer of oil and gas, and they have several, they have several sources of income to survive. But when you now want to carry your climate change story, now you want to impose the thing on developing nation. That's one of the way they use that thing to hold us back. Do I think there's no gas? There's no climate change? Of course, there's climate change, but the way they are driving the prevention or to restore our ecosystem back, the way they are driving it, many of these people, they are paying lip service. It is more political than scientific. Yeah, it is real, but how are they solving this thing? They are being political about it more than they are being scientific. So now, Tinubu clearly demonstrated that, according to what Ajaleko said, demonstrated that he understands the situation, and with the little he said, we got the point without messing things up. Because when you look at this situation, for example, we are talking of Nigeria that still need industry to grow up, and you are imposing something that will be a hood body that will draw the country back. It is as simple as say, okay, Nigeria, please don't build industry again because it will be emitting gas. Don't earmark land for farming because of greenhouse that will contribute to climate change. Do you know how much agriculture alone contribute to this greenhouse gas emission we are talking about? So are we now going to say we are not going to farm, we are not going to eat again? So all this kind of hypocrisy. For example, I live in an Alberta. If you take an average Alberta now that green gas, they will just tell you to shut up because this is supposed to be an advanced economy, Canada. Any Alberta here will fight you to finish because the economy is oil and gas. And they are the largest contribution to this equalization fund in Canada today. For example, I will be telling people like that about green gas emission. The first thing that will come to you is this: okay, tell us, how are we going to survive? So Tinubu, whether we like it or not, even though the guy has come with a lot of garbage, baggage, or whatever we want to talk, whatever I want to talk, but as it stands today, he is still the person that is still demonstrating the more we keep pushing issue-based campaign, the more.
Remember when I said in a one-on-one debate, Tinubu would floor Peter Obi, and people laughed when I said that. But every instances on every topic, he has infinitely demonstrated a greater, and of course, no surprises, because probably with most people he would demonstrate this. But in the person that is contending with Peter Obi, he has demonstrated infinitely a superior brain than Peter. What are we? Let's listen to this. Let's compare and contrast this to.
Oh, the climate change, Prof. It's a question of how do you prevent a church rat from eating a poisoned Holy Communion? That's the way. We are a poor nation. The ban coal will follow. They say firewood, not for fire. They say we need to plant more trees. And they are not giving us money. We need to open our eyes, shine it, and tell the West, if you don't guarantee our finances and work with us to stop this, we are not going to comply with your climate change. They'll do it. They are just going easy. I don't want. You see, there are a lot of media group here. There are certain things they're looking for.
All right. Contrast that with this.
Yes, answer. Carry on.
Okay. I am Akeem Adenuga, tweeting from Ibadan, Nigeria. Sir, I would like to ask you, what do you think about the green energy initiative the current APC administration signed Nigeria up to, considering your policies intend to pursue aggressive production and industrialization?
I didn't understand you. Can you help me?
Sure. This is a question from Akeem Adenuga. He's tweeting from Ibadan in Nigeria. And what he's asking is, I would like to ask, what do you think about the green energy initiative that has been administered by the APC administration, considering your policies to pursue aggressive production and industrialization in Nigeria?
Quite frankly, you know, there has been a lot of talk about green energy and climate change and everything. I'm not very vast. I've read a lot about them, and we will all consider it in whatever we're doing. But quite frankly, I'm going to be aggressive in other areas than in some of the things that are coming out on issue of climate change. We're going to deal with it. We're going to give it attention. But these things are not more important, as important as securing the people, because you can't be talking about climate change when people are taking cover from bombs.
So there it is right there. A detailed, nuanced answer from Tinubu, but Peter Obi, no concept of what they're asking. He says he will pour dye in he will pour green dye in petrol because for green energy. So we turn the color of petrol to green, and that is green energy. It's day and night, day and night. The two of them, day and night.
You see, it's like because when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you should take sentiment away and look at the issue, when we tell our people that you sho those of us that we are supporting all this kind of, for example, let's assume these guys are looking for investors, and we are supposed to be the investors, and the two of them brought the idea to us. What will be our impression? For example, one is prepared, the other guy is not prepared. Just see that kind of thing as an investment. Now, you want to lead a country, for example, you don't really understand the global issues. You don't really understand things that will impact whatever project you want to do within your country that will raise international eyebrow against you. So it simply means, so now you will wait till the time you do things, and some people counter you before you start running and out to so it's just like someone that is not conversant. When you are not conversant with what to do, and you say you are going to implement something. That's why I say we should think about someone that is trying to use sentiment within the polity to actualize selfish and personal ambition, and someone that is prepared. Okay, let's assume even the other guy is prepared. Maybe not now. You should keep learning till the next time when you are going to be able to present your idea. So it is funny. So it is very clear now that we know someone that is prepared and someone that is not prepared. So anybody that wants to tell to me, talk issue like this and let us expose the candidate, and don't come to me tomorrow and then someone is shaking. Tinubu clearly knows what he wants to do. Obi does not know most of those things that I want to do. We have two situations now, very glaring one now. How will you solve the problem of corruption? No story, nothing. Just like when Buhari was saying, I used to lock them up, I prove themselves, they should prove themselves not guilty, they are guilty, they are guilty until they are able to prove themselves not guilty. You just lock people up. Now, since he has been there now, he has never achieved anything reasonable about corruption. Like I keep saying, even Jonathan that was corrupt was still able to put some measure that will have a long-term impact to solve that corruption. Just so those are the things. We should go beyond all this kind of oratory. Because this one can speech, can do some kind of prepare presentation, and compared to because someone cannot speak very well because of old age or whatever. So the idea that lives to someone is part of that person's life. It's a way of life. What you know, you know. What you don't know, you don't know. You can only give what you have. What you don't have, you cannot give. So just like someone traveling to Egypt to tell you that, oh, I want to go and study electricity. Are you a NEPA man? What electricity are you talking about? When we have a lot of, we have Korean in Nigeria. We have some graduates in Nigeria that will tell you, we know quite well, for example, that the problem of Nigeria is it's more of policy than this thing. And now one small girl that is controlling, according to what I learned, this Lagos State, all those IPP projects they were building, one young girl, now they do that thing for them in Lagos, so without traveling to Egypt, that the girl graduated from Nigeria there, that was designing this thing to them for them how to use that thing. And we are saying, okay, not until we less of it. So the thing is this: Tinubu is clearly prepared for this, and I can understand. And the other guys, he hasn't prepared for that. We should engage these guys more and let them expose themselves. So this thing is so clear. So someone was telling me today that when I said old age doesn't matter, Pobia must be learning from me, and if Mugabe is still alive, must be learning. I said the point is this: those guys you mentioned, do they have this content at all? So you can't be saying because they are old that content, because the age is the reason they don't know. No, you can be as young as Buhari, like I said the other time, and you will see run the country down. So it has nothing to do with it.
All right, brilliant.
May these people continue with the way they are exposing them more and more. So we learn. We are learning better now.
All right, thank you a lot. So thank you a lot. So thank you, gentlemen. So I want to seek to start to round off to Landon Thomas. So gentlemen, if you can be just as succinct, don't be too expansive. So to run the sessions down to have the closing remark from Thomas. We'll kick it off from with World Peace and his son. Should we even abandon World Peace and listen to his son, because it sounds infinitely more. But yeah, world peace to you.
My country people, I greet everybody. People with the conversation, I greet them. I'm gonna like, share, thumbs up, and I'm gonna buy coffee. And then make una try get on PVC too. I agree with my man, I agree with Jolly Coco, Thomas, Ola, Tony, and the rest of the panelists. You know, I don't really get much to talk today because my son not give me time. This guy they grow, the more they grow, the more they stubborn. So, but it's okay.
Has it started to grow teeth?
No, not yet. It's just 5 months now, but it's very stubborn. So
I wonder where he gets it from. Look at this man.
They worry me bad how they get time. But all the same, I will look for a time to really join you guys properly. You know, it was a nice session, and I don't really have much to say. But once I will say peace, and I'm out.
All right, brilliant. So that's World Peace, bringing you peace. So thank you, World Peace and his son. So thank you to World Peace and his son as we go on to Tony for closing remarks. Tony, to you.
Okay, I'll make us say good night for everybody, you know, so because I don't make her take your time too much. Thank you very much, sir. Make una dey like, you know, as Tony did, make us say the push up our back. Make una like and share. All right. Oga Yannick, I greet you. Okay. What peace? Hola. Now, wow. Bauni. All right.
All right. Thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So let's go from Tony to Ola to you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I really enjoy your contribution. Despite being tired, you see, because I love this session, you see, I still find myself here. And there's something we are not doing here that I will keep appealing to us to let us do. Let us spread this. Let us please share and spread the good message. See, this kind of platform is a type of platform we need to educate our people. Had we had this thing like maybe about 10 years ago, I'm quite sure that this kind of platform might have contributed to the progress of the country. I would have been able to make better decisions. So the more we keep having this type of discussions, the more Nigeria keep getting educated on what we can do. So please, let us just share and let us promote this channel, because this is where we have that we are able to speak, to contribute, to promote what we believe that is going to make our country good. Now, as you've seen it now, we have a choice to choose between the truth, or we keep ourselves deceit to ourselves like we've done before and bear the consequences again. So we know the right thing to do. Please, like I keep saying, let us forget about how they shake all those things. No, let us stay on issues. Anybody, when you throw something to someone unaware and is able to tell you his plan, then it's telling you something. It's a very green light that this guy has prepared. But if you ask someone a question and still telling you that you don't know and you want to provide leadership for the entire country, to me, it looks like a red flag. It happened when someone was telling us about Western Germany in 2015. That should tell you that, for example, the person doesn't know what to pray for. So other than that, good day wherever you are, and hope to see you later.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So Thomas, bring it up for us. Thomas in Australia. Thomas, to you.
Yeah, thank you, woman. God bless everyone. To everyone that has come to the room this afternoon, we are in afternoon here. Your contribution has been meaningful and educative, and we implore anybody to come again tomorrow. And to our comment section, you are doing great. I couldn't join you guys today. I'm maybe a little bit busy today. Try to support the platform, please. Even before we kick off, buy my coffee. So please buy us coffee to support the company. We need laptop to support the company, to support the platform as well. Thank you, one man. May God bless you and God bless Nigeria. God bless.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. I'm not sure we're canvassing for a laptop, but you get the general thrust of what Thomas was saying. So we ran it off with what Thomas was just saying. Let me just highlight the people that have done the buy the coffee thing. Let me post the link just as I begin to round off. So there it is right there. And to the people that have taken up the challenge, it's somewhat the same traditional names, but of course you cannot it is only at will. But the people that have wills, let me acknowledge them. So we've had K2 March, so he's coming. Ayo consistently comes in. He and Jaffa especially, and Middleman joined them in this instance. So those are the people that have shown their hand. I think in the table of in the chart table, I think we probably have. I think you may well have Jaffa or Ayo in the table in the tier of people that have used that function. So I encourage you to use that function until we reinstate the super chat function. But even when the super chat has been reinstated, we might well be pushing this because it's not something that we do traditionally on the platform. But when I go to other platforms, I just see the streams of super chats going and going only because they encourage it. And then it makes me wonder that am I somewhat being a bit remiss not to be encouraging it? So I seek to start to encourage it now. But this will be my preferred form of people tipping towards the platform, because this goes directly to the platform as opposed to the super chats that gets heavily slashed up by YouTube. So if you're inclined, then take advantage of that. Let me remove. So if you are inclined, then take advantage of that. I think the link, yes, the link is in the comment section. So if you're inclined, take advantage of that. So whether you're inclined or not to take advantage of that, I want your inclination is to come back. I was going with the thought, but then the words cannot match them. So if you're inclined, I was trying to do a play on words, but the words did not quite mesh together to flow in the manner that I was anticipating. But what I was trying to say essentially is we do this again tomorrow. Ovie kicks it off with the earlier session if he's able to get out of bed, and then I keep it up in the I pick it up in the latter session because I am able to get out of bed. So you get out of bed and join us. So I'll leave it here, carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.